Aici buton. Doamna Ungureanu, vă rog să invitați colegii din hol, unde mai sunt, să ia toată lumea loc, că văd că încă nu sunt... Dear colleagues and friends, good morning. I hope the translation works well for those who need it. The working language is English. There is translation in case of. And I want to say once again, welcome to the Republic of Moldova. Welcome to the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova. I have an honor and pleasure to open the session of Euronest meeting of the Standing Committees and Bureau. We really wanted to host this in the Republic of Moldova because the pace with which we are moving is so fast, and it's important for us, for all of you, to know, understand, and have a clear vision where we are moving, why we are moving, and how we are moving. And that's why I'm very happy to have you here. I will not bother you with any of my speeches. I'll leave it for the end. But I want to start our meeting with the performance of the national anthem of the Republic of Moldova and the anthem of the European Union. Please welcome the quartet of Ștefan Neaga Center for Excellence in Artistic Education under the direction of conductor Vasile Prepelița. Let's enjoy. Mulțumim frumos, dragi tineri! Dear colleagues, with no further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Igor Grosu, the President of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, to address us with the opening remarks. Mr. Grosu, thank you for hosting the meeting in the Republic of Moldova.
Doamnelor și domnilor, stimați colegi, dragi prieteni, bine ați venit la Chișinău, în Parlamentul Republicii Moldova. Pentru noi este o bucurie să vă avem aici. Dincolo de agenda formală, aceste întâlniri au o valoare aparte. Ne oferă ocazia să discutăm deschis, să spunem lucrurilor pe nume și să înțelegem mai bine încotro mergem împreună. Și pentru a avea o discuție onestă și utilă, cred că trebuie să pornim de la realitate, așa cum este ea, nu așa cum era atunci când a fost creat Euronest. Parteneriatul estic, în forma în care a fost gândit la început, nu mai există astăzi. Contextul s-a schimbat profund. Belarusul a ales să se alinieze deschis agresiunii împotriva Ucrainei. În Georgia, evoluțiile politice din ultimii ani au ridicat semne serioase de întrebare privind parcursul democratic. Războiul Rusiei împotriva Ucrainei a schimbat complet regulile jocului în regiune. Putem ignora aceste realități sau putem învăța din ele. Eu cred că avem obligația să învățăm. Pentru că aceste evoluții ne arată cât de rapid pot deraia lucrurile. Ne arată că democrația nu este un punct final atins, ci un proces care trebuie aparat în fiecare zi. Și, poate cel mai important, ne arată că alegerea europeană nu este ireversibilă dacă nu este susținută constant, prin instituții solide și prin implicarea societății. De aceea, pentru cei care suntem astăzi aici, Republica Moldova, Ucraina, Armenia și prietenii noștri din Uniunea Europeană, cooperarea noastră devine cu atât mai importantă. Nu mai este doar despre dialog și schimb de experiență. Este despre a proteja ceea ce construim împreună. Pentru Republica Moldova, acest lucru este foarte clar. În ultimii ani am trecut printr-o perioadă în care presiunile externe au fost constante și uneori foarte agresive. Am avut crize energetice, tentative de destabilizare, interferențe în procese electorale. Și totuși, instituțiile au rezistat, iar cetățenii au ales, în mod repetat, să meargă pe drumul european. Nu a fost o alegere ușoară și nici una făcută în condiții ideale, dar tocmai acest lucru îi dă o greutate. În urmă cu o lună, Parlamentul European a adoptat un raport care subliniază că extinderea este un răspuns strategic la realitatea geopolitică și o intervenție vitală în securitatea și stabilitatea Uniunii Europene. Eurodeputații avertizează că prețul neextinderii ar fi mai mare decât costul primirii noilor membri și că am crea zone gri, susceptibile de influențe ostile. Chiar și în acest raport vedem interconexiunea dintre extindere și securitate. Și noi nu putem vorbi despre securitate fără să ne gândim la Ucraina. Războiul de acolo nu este doar o tragedie pentru poporul ucrainean. Este o provocare directă pentru întregul proiect european. Moldova simte acest război în fiecare zi, fie că vorbim de energie, de securitate sau de impact economic. Dar, dincolo de toate aceste efecte directe, războiul a schimbat modul în care privim securitatea în Europa. A devenit mai clar că stabilitatea nu poate fi împărțită pe regiuni și că ceea ce se întâmplă într-o țară are consecințe pentru toți. De aceea, sprijinul pentru Ucraina trebuie intensificat pentru stabilitatea întregii Europe. Privind spre regiune, vedem și alte momente importante care urmează. Armenia se apropie de alegeri, într-un context complicat, în care influențele externe vor încerca, fără îndoială, să-și facă loc. Experiența noastră ne arată cât de important este să fii pregătit, nu doar instituțional, ci și ca societate. Urez colegilor noștri din Armenia un proces electoral calm, în care să câștige voința liberă a cetățenilor. În ceea ce privește Georgia, cred că este important să spunem clar. Apreciem profund angajamentul cetățenilor georgieni față de valorile europene. Acest lucru nu dispare peste noapte și merită susținerea noastră, chiar și atunci când evoluțiile politice ridică multe semne de întrebare. Dragi colegi, toate aceste evoluții ne arată, de fapt, același lucru. Extinderea Uniunii Europene și securitatea nu pot fi separate. Ele fac parte din același efort de a construi o Europă mai stabilă, mai coerentă și mai capabilă să-și protejeze valorile. Și acest lucru ține de fiecare dintre noi. De capacitatea de a face reforme acasă, dar și de capacitatea de a rămâne consecvenți, solidari și lucizi în deciziile pe care le luăm împreună. Vă mulțumesc și vă doresc o sesiune productivă aici, la Chișinău. Mersi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to invite further Maria Karapetan to address the opening session. You have the floor, Maria.
Honorable Speaker Grosu, Honorable Co-President Lagodinski, Honorable Head of the Moldovan Delegation, Mr. Balutel, Honorable Head of the Ukrainian Delegation, Mr. Krulko, Honorable Members of the European Parliament and the National Parliaments of the Eastern Partnership countries. Dear colleagues, it is a pleasure and an honor for me to address you today in Chișinău in my capacity as Co-President of Euronest PA. I would like to sincerely thank Moldova and our Moldovan colleagues for hosting the Bureau and Committee meetings of our Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. We are meeting at a moment when Moldova's achievements deserve recognition. The choice of its people to advance on the path of European integration has been clearly expressed and democratically upheld under President Maia Sandu's leadership. Moldova's commitment to democracy and the rule of law stands as an example for us. As we meet today, Ukraine is in the 5th year of resisting war. Ukraine's resilience continues to impress us all, and we hope for establishing peace grounded in international law and respect for sovereignty. Today, our committees will focus on 4 draft report topics, each addressing a key dimension of our cooperation. In the Political Committee, honorable colleagues Balutel and Schenk, in their upcoming report, will focus on the topic of shaping the Eastern Partnership's security architecture. Our challenges can range from armed aggression to hybrid attacks. While we counter these, we must uphold the rule of law, safeguard election integrity, and strengthen the resilience of our institutions and societies. In the Committee on Economy, colleagues Majilis and Gasparian will focus on regional interconnectivity and its links to security and prosperity. In our Committee on Energy, colleagues Honorable Rosempre and Fedina will talk about developing hydrogen and renewable energy as a strategic investment into European security. Finally, in our upcoming report for the Committee on Social Affairs, myself and Honorable Stefanuta will focus on the importance of media literacy, digital resilience, and addressing socio-economic vulnerabilities as key tools against external interference and electoral manipulation. Dear colleagues, since the countries of the South Caucasus might find themselves at different paths and paces when it comes to their bilateral relations with the European Union, it is particularly important for us to also focus on what we can do together regardless. In this respect, I see energy and connectivity as the smallest and unquestionable common denominator between the countries of the region and the European Union. The Black Sea Energy Cable and the Trans-Caspian Energy Corridor can expand and tap into the entire potential of the South Caucasus as a transit hub between Europe and Asia. In this respect, the full deblocking of communications between Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Turkey has the potential to fundamentally transform our region. It would create a wide network of connections linking the European Union, the Black Sea, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, the Caspian Sea, and Central Asia. The opening of the Turkey-Armenia border carries special significance because it is also Armenia's border with the European Union's customs union. Such developments would create a web of interdependencies across the South Caucasus, strengthening not only cooperation and trust, but also the sovereignty of our states. Most importantly, a multiplicity of West-East connections would reduce vulnerabilities by ensuring that no single route can be exploited as a tool of coercion. Dear colleagues, Armenia is entering a new cycle of democratic renewal, and I would like to once again thank Speaker Grosu for his support for Armenia's democracy. Although the official campaign period begins only on May 8, our society is already deeply engaged in what may be the most important public debate since our independence. We are witnessing the first tangible results of a new regional reality. The pre-signed and published peace treaty between Armenia and Azerbaijan, the agreement on the Trump route for international peace and prosperity, the TRIP, and the agreement to deblock all intrastate, interstate, and international communication through our territories is yielding the first concrete results. Commencements of trade between Armenia and Azerbaijan, as well as third countries, absolute tranquility on our borders. Against this backdrop, the Armenian people will make a choice of how we want to proceed as a nation on June 7. The vision of the political majority is clear. Alongside a balanced and balancing foreign policy, a regional focus covering the South Caucasus, and diversification of economy, Armenia will continue implementing the reforms necessary to meet the criteria of a member country of the European Union. Achieving these standards is in itself a strategic goal for us, one that strengthens our democracy, institutions, and economy. Finally, I would like to highlight the importance of continued high-level political dialogue across our continent. In this regard, we look forward to the upcoming meeting of the European Political Community to be held on May 4 in Yerevan, and the inaugural Armenia-EU Summit on May 5. And we are up for active participation and substantive engagement to advance our shared European agenda. I wish us all today a productive working day, and I thank you all.
Now I want to invite Mr. Sergey Lagodinski to take the floor with the opening remarks. Sergey.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, and dear President, thank you for hosting us in the sunny Chisinau. And yes, this morning is sunny. It's much sunnier than when we landed, and this morning is instrumental and important. And it's not just important because we are meeting here. It's also important because in Brussels, the ambassadors of the 27 EU member states are meeting right now to discuss the future of the 90 billion loan for Ukraine and to indicate whether there will be a change in the position of the European Union. And we all hope very much that the change will be there. I don't want to overpromise. It's a difficult situation, but we hope for this change, and it's a hope not just for Ukraine. Because if we have a new momentum in the way how we decide about the future of accession, about the future of support, and about the future of defense of Ukraine, we are also deciding about the future of Moldova. We're also deciding about the future of Armenia. We are deciding about the future of the European Union. And Raza pointedly said it this morning. We are coming here with a very strong mandate for Moldova's accession. But we are also coming here with a very strong mandate for Ukraine's accession. And we are coming here with a very strong mandate for the Armenian European trajectory that this government and this Prime Minister courageously opted for. And we're coming here with a strong mandate for democracy in Georgia. We're coming here for a strong mandate for cooperation and peaceful life in Azerbaijan. Alliance of countries, yes, but it's also alliance of courageous people. One of us is fighting in a hot war of defense, another is fighting in a hybrid war of defense, and yet another is fighting for a sovereignty. And all of us are fighting for a future of our continent. Understanding of Eastern Partnership, and the President has said this morning, has transformed. It is a multilateral platform that promotes dialogue, interests, and values. But we need to think innovatively. We need to think in a new way. And that's why I think that this year will also be a year of reckoning of an Eastern Partnership reform agenda. How do we remodel and redesign what binds us together? I think redefining the relevance as an instrument of a common continental policy is instrumental. And the three starting points that I propose we should be discussing are geopolitical reliability, democratic sovereignty, and connectivity. These are the three topics that bind and unite us all together. Geopolitical reliability. I think it's very clear who is the geopolitical grown-up in the geopolitical room. It's not the aggressive neighbor in the East. And it's not the unreliable, unfortunately, increasingly unreliable partner in our transatlantic West. But the European Union, and I would add, the countries who are represented here, are those who have a serious, reliable, and clear future geopolitical agenda. Because you know what it is about. It's not about some populist nonsense that will be translated everywhere, and it's not about coercing someone into a future that they don't want. It is about our own regional self-fulfillment. It's about solidarity. It's about connectivity and innovation. We stick to the geopolitical grown-up agenda, and this is what binds us together. EU is not a regional disruptor, but a regional stabilizer. And I think this is true for all the countries who are present here, but also for Azerbaijan, who is not here today. We are an alliance of geopolitical grown-ups. Connectivity, I think this is an agenda where all our interests come together. Black Sea strategy, democratic answer to the Chinese Silk Road within our own opportunity to work together. And I said this on multiple occasions, I hate the word corridor. You are not a corridor where everyone is walking through. This is a geopolitical neighborhood where we work together. But this is a neighborhood that comes from the west and goes to the east. And this is an opportunity to work together also with our Turkish friends who were there in Yerevan, and our Kazakh friends, Kazakhstani friends, who are always expressing their support and their interest, and many other in Central Asia, but also in the Near East. So connectivity is an opportunity space, not a field for foreign interference. and for foreign influence. And finally, democratic sovereignty. All of our countries are fighting for the opportunity to decide about their future themselves. And yes, we're doing it under difficult and very different circumstances. Some of us have to use weapons to fight this fight. Others have to use words to fight this fight. And yet others have a prime minister who is courageous enough to face a tyrant to the north of their borders and to tell him honestly and openly that his country is for democracy and for sovereign decisions about their future. And I applaud this. And for the EU, it is also about our sovereignty. It is about our sovereignty to be able to decide on our defense and how we want to defend ourselves and our neighbors, but also on our digital issues, on our industrial issues. It is about democratic sovereignty for all of us. So the 3 points that I wanted to emphasize and that I think is a good foundation for collaboration in the future are the geopolitical reliability, because we can only rely on ourselves, the connectivity and democratic sovereignty. We have challenges ahead. We have to solidify the current membership. And on that point, I would like to call on our Azerbaijani friends whom I admire and support. This is a real opportunity to engage with EU and with neighbors. And engaging with the EU cannot be limited just within engaging with the Commission. We need European Parliament for important decisions, also important bilateral decisions. And European Parliament is ready to work with all of us also, and especially with our Azerbaijani friends. And I hope very much that during the next meeting, we will join forces together. Parliamentary track is very important. And both the Commission and the Council have realized that, and we are engaging with them on that. And finally, what we should think about is integrating the regional context, also within our structures. We should find a way of permanently working with regional neighbors like Turkey, Kazakhstan, and other Central Asian republics, make it possible to talk about democracy issues without being offended and without saying that the trust is over. It is trust to each other that allows honesty with each other. And finally, integrating the pluralism and plurality of our members. Look at our delegations. They are very different. They are very diverse. And we're proud of it. And yes, we don't always agree, but we know that we're bound together to solve our common issues. And so we need to find a way to integrate plurality even there where plurality is not there. If we need the Belarus delegation to have a status that would allow them to speak with us and to engage in the dialogue with democratic Belarus forces, we should make it possible. If we want Georgian civil society to have a voice within our rows, just like we did in Yerevan, then we will make it. And it's not an offense to the official delegations of any of the countries. It is an add-on, and it is not a problem. I'm looking forward to our discussion within the committees. I'm looking forward to our discussion this year, and I'm looking forward to our reconvening in Brussels in order to discuss many of those issues and hopefully to draw results. And by then, I hope it will be clear that Ukraine has the financing that it needs, that Ukraine and Moldova has the accession approvals of the starting of negotiations. I don't think we will make it with approval yet. That it needs, that we will be able to substantially help Ukraine and substantially help all of our partners, and that Armenia in the elections ahead will make a right democratic choice. I'm looking forward to continuing our work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was our opening session. Before closing it, I would like to invite everyone for a family photo. And we will not be moving far away. Just want everyone to stand up and merge together in their rows, and probably the last row to come in front. And then if we merge together and the presidium, we go to the front, and then that's how we take the family photo.
Quite clear.
change of plans. You come here at the tribuna, in front of the tribuna, and the photograph will take the picture from the other side. Yeah. Te rog să ne ghidezi cum să ne aranjăm. E bine așa, da? Dear friends, we'll be moving to the next session right away.
Okay, colleagues, please take your seats and then we continue with our committee meeting. Dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you to this joint meeting of two standing committees of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly, the Committee on Political Affairs, Human Rights and Democracy, and the Committee on Energy Security. I will have the pleasure today to share the chairing of the joint meeting with my fellow co-chairs of both committees. Before we start with our agenda, Adrian, I would like to thank you for this wonderful evening yesterday. The possibility to get a little bit more knowledge on your beautiful country. It was, I think, very good and created the right atmosphere and vibes for our meeting today. Thank you, Adrian. I would also like to announce that an agreement was reached among the partner countries for the co-chairing of the poll committee that was held until now by Mr. Ivan Kulku, sitting next to me. As from this meeting, the co-chairmanship will be held by the Ukrainian delegation, and Mr. Kulku will co-chair today's meeting with me. For the poll part of our meeting, our thanks go to Mrs. Brigitta Triebel, she's sitting here right in the middle, head of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation office in Moldova, and Mr. Daniel Voda, associated expert in foreign policy and strategic communication at the Institute for European Policy and Reforms, who have kindly accepted our invitation to participate in today's meeting. Thank you very much. Then around 12:15, we will pass the floor to our colleagues from the Committee on Energy Security. Please note that interpretation is available in the following languages: English, German, French, and Russian. We can now move to the adoption of the agenda. You all have received in advance the draft agenda of today's meeting. Is everyone in favor of the proposed draft agenda? Thank you. Then the agenda is adopted. So we come to the next point, approval of the minutes of the last meeting of the poll committee, which took place on 28th of October last year in Yerevan. The draft minutes have been distributed. If there are no objections, the minutes will be considered as approved. Thank you, colleagues. Now we come to the approval of the minutes of the ENER committee meeting on the same day. The draft minutes have also been distributed. If there are no objections, the minutes will be considered approved. Thank you. I'll now pass the floor to Mr. Kurku, who will be chairing the following point.
Thank you, dear Oliver. Now we are on point exchange of views on the draft report of the Committee on Political Affairs, Human Rights and Democracy. At our last meeting on the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly in October to devote the next report to shaping the Eastern Partnership security for the future, counting hybrid warfare while upholding the rule of law, election integrity and resilience of state institutions and societies in Eastern Partnership countries in the context of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and other conflict in the region. As per our rotation rules, this year's poll report is prepared by the Eastern Partnership component. The co-reporters on this report are Mr. Adrian Beluțel, member of the Parliament of Republic of Moldova and chair of delegation of Moldova to Euronest Parliamentary Assembly, and Mr. Oliver Schenk, from the European Parliament, member of the European Parliament, and my co-chair here. Following our usual procedure, our committee's working document will be submitted as a draft report ahead of the next plenary session, possibly in November 2026. The draft report will then be open to amendments and finally subject to a vote at the plenary session. For the smooth running of the ensuing debate, I suggest that Mr. Beluțel present the working document and Mr. Schenk could have his own remarks. Now and after that, I give the floor for our two experts, Mr. Tribel, Mrs. Tribel, and Mr. Voda, for a 5 minutes intervention. Only after I will open the floor to members for the exchange of views. And now I will kindly ask Mr. Balucel, as the lead co-rapporteur, take the floor. Please, dear Adrian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, colleagues from the Secretariat, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this discussion. Moldova, indeed, in the past several years faced probably the most fierce level of attacks, hybrid attacks. We all say that we went through it successfully. I would say it was a hard-fought fight, but we've learned a lot, and we are ready to share this expertise, both in fighting hybrid attacks and hybrid interference, but also fighting it in a way that preserves and advances the rule of law, democracy, and democratic pluralism. What we propose to go in as a draft report for the topic on shaping the Eastern Partnership security for the future, on countering hybrid warfare while upholding the rule of law, election integrity, resilience and state institutions and societies in Eastern Partnership countries in the context of Russia's war of aggression. We focus on 3 dimensions of Russian hybrid interference. It's attacks on election integrity, it's erosion of the rule of law, and it's attacks and promotion of disinformation and media warfare. These 3 elements we identify as crucial areas or crucial pillars through which Russia tries to destabilize without hard means a democracy and statehood of any country. These 3 pillars can be seen and can be observed not only in Moldova and not only during the electoral cycles. These are the elements that can be observed with different intensity and different degree of presence in many, many democratic states that face Russian hybrid attacks. There is the 4th element that is up for debate here, to be included or not, and I'm looking for your feedback, because as we were discussing in the past days, the 4th element would be Russia's indirect usage of the war in Ukraine for attacks on civilian infrastructure and of campaigns. Sorry, just slipped my the English word. The attacks and subversive attacks. The one that we saw in waters in the North Sea on subversions of electrical cables. We recently saw the examples of Russia bombing electrical infrastructure in Ukraine, but that affected Dnistru River in Moldova. We saw the reports in Poland that Russia planned to use some sort of direct attacks on civilian infrastructure. So we see that Russia weaponizes different types of incidents, attacks, and attacks in order to create panic, in order to destabilize the situation, to create a sensation of chaos. This is not an element that is part of the hybrid warfare. I believe that goes much deeper and much more aggressive element, but it's up for a debate whether we should put it in a report or not. It affected us. We see that Russia tries to undermine the statehood of the Republic of Moldova in all the ways possible, using the hard means. The drones are literally falling on Moldovan skies as well. And that's up for a debate whether we should include it or not. When it comes to attacks on electoral integrity, there are several elements, coming back to the pillars of the report. There are several elements that will be exploited in the report, and I invite you all to contribute. One, it's electoral financing and money laundering policies, because a lot of electoral integrity is related, from our experience, with Russian proxies trying to buy votes, and we have documented 138,000 cases of Russia trying to wire money to people in exchange for their vote. This financing operation, we observe that very often use significant amount of money that are either being laundered through offshore jurisdiction, either are transferred or managed through cryptocurrency, and that implies a serious debate on money laundering policy, electoral financing, and new means of financing the institutions. Attacks on the electoral integrity has another element that will be addressed in the report, and it's cyber attacks. We've seen that in the electoral period, the number of cyber attacks on civilian infrastructure and critical infrastructure increased tenfold and hundredfold in some days. So this will be another element explored. Second pillar of the report, rule of law, will explore the usage of the proxy parties. We saw in the last two electoral cycles in the Republic of Moldova that Russia was not even hiding its several political forces that were directly financed from Russia, that had direct links to people in Kremlin. And we see this model spreading in other European countries. Second is judicial sabotage and parliamentary sabotage. We see more and more cases when pro-Russian proxies are using filibuster techniques, are using the methods and the mechanisms, legal mechanisms, to derail the examination of high-profile cases in justice sector, also not only in Moldova, but also in the countries of Eastern Partnership and beyond. When it comes to media freedom and disinformation, we see an element of the report, and a topic that will be explored will be mainly social media weaponization and informational laundering, or how the promotion of different narratives and the spread of the different narratives. This will be the two pillars that will also be explored further in the report. That being the draft report, it will be submitted for the discussion to all colleagues. I am happy that we can use today's meeting in order to discuss and debate. All ideas on what should go in the report are welcome. And after this meeting, in the course of a week, I will send out the draft report so we can all work on it and contribute on it further. I will stop here, and I'll be very happy to address any other topics related to the theme of the report, so we can have a workable document and hopefully a good report by November, end of this year. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, dear Mr. Balutel. And now I give the floor to the European Parliament co-rapporteur, Mr. Schenk. Please, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ivan. Dear colleagues, today's discussion goes to the heart of what this committee is about. In Euronest, we cannot separate peace and security from democratic institutions, free elections, media freedom, and the fight against corruption. In the Eastern Partnership, these issues have become part of one and the same security question. The March 2026 Council conclusions are very clear. Hybrid threats now include sabotage, cyber attacks, foreign and election interference, and disinformation. Our partner countries are directly affected. Russia's brutal war against Ukraine has made this impossible to ignore. It has shown that security in our neighborhood can no longer be understood only in military terms. Hybrid warfare is not an abstract idea. It is a way for weakening democracies from within. The common thread in EU policy today is resilience. Resilience that is practical, preventive, and democratic. That is what we are now seeing across a range of instruments in the EU. The answer to hybrid warfare cannot be improvisation. It must be structured, coordinated, and long-term. Moldova is the clearest example. The EU partnership mission in Moldova was the first civilian common security and defense policy mission created to help a partner country build resilience against hybrid threats and disinformation. Before the 2025 parliamentary elections, the EU deployed the hybrid rapid response teams for the first time. And this month, EU partnership mission Moldova and the Moldovan Cybersecurity Agency agreed on a cooperation plan for 2026. This is exactly the kind of sort of practical and timely support the Union should provide when democratic resilience is under pressure. Armenia is now the next step. The Council is expected to establish a new civilian CSDP mission in Armenia in order to strengthen democratic resilience, meant to combat disinformation and limited cooperation with the EU on hybrid threats. Security and defense cooperation has stalled. The case of Georgia reminds us that democratic backsliding and security risks go hand in hand. The Assembly already recognized that last October. Once again, Russia does not seek influence only through military force in Georgia as a clear example of that logic. The lesson is simple. Resilience cannot be separated from democracy, and security cannot be separated from the quality of institutions. Ukraine remains, of course, the central front. The European Union has already trained close to 80,000 Ukrainian soldiers. It continues to support internal security and the rule of law through EU advisory mission. As Kaja Kallas said in March, CSDP has made the EU the largest international presence on the ground in Ukraine. This is not only support for Ukraine, it is support for Europe's own security. For that reason, we should also say clearly that CSDP missions are not only instruments, they are also targets. The European External Action Service now states that disinformation in conflict areas can damage the reputation of EU missions, mislead local populations, fuel resentment and even violence, and put staff at risk. Defending our missions from hybrid attacks is therefore part of defending the credibility of the Union itself as a security actor. In the South Caucasus, more broadly, the EU must continue to support peace and confidence building between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Sustainable peace is not separate from resilience. It is one of its foundations. But if our report is to send a strong message, it should not try to say the same things about every country. The Eastern Partnership is now differentiated. The threats are different in each country, and EU support must also be different. Our report should therefore make 5 points clear. First, security in the Eastern Partnership and security in the European Union are inseparable. Second, election integrity is not a technical issue at the margins of policy. It is a core security issue. Third, the rule of law, independent media, civil society, and transparent institutions are not secondary to resilience. They are the basis of resilience. Fourth, the lessons from the EU partnership mission in Moldova should now be applied more systematically in other CSDP missions and in support for other partners. And fifth, for countries seeking closer integration with the EU, democratic resilience and alignment with the common foreign and security policy must go together. In today's Europe, democratic resilience is security. The rule of law is security. Election integrity is security. Trusted institutions, informed citizens, and capable public authorities are not softer themes besides strategy. They are the foundation of strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schenk. And now I ask Mrs. Brigitta Triebel, head of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung office in Moldova, to present her views on the topic. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Bună ziua, distinguished guests. Thank you for inviting me and having me here. I'm the head of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation office here in the Republic of Moldova. I'm sure you have heard about the foundation. We are a political German foundation affiliated with the Christian Democratic Union and a part of the broader European People's Party family. And we are working here in Moldova since 2019 to supporting the European integration and the democratic resilience of the Republic of Moldova. We are doing that by supporting political parties of the EPP party family and, of course, the broader civil society. And we do that in the framework of Germany's international cooperation with a lot of other political parties and German institutions here in Moldova. I would like to share with you some of our observations from the last 17 years and especially from the last 4 years here in the Republic of Moldova. And my input will be more some remarks to the previous inputs of Mr. Schenk and Mr. Baluțel. But please allow me 2 sentences about Moldova since the independence. The Moldovan democracy has been shaped from the very beginning by 2 major challenges. Internally, the difficult transition from a Soviet republic to an independent democratic state, and externally by the pressure from Russia, which has not accepted Moldova's political development away from the Moscow's influence from the very beginning. And these 2 challenges are still very closely interconnected here in Moldova and I'm sure in all the countries of the Eastern Partnership. So the internal transformation from our perspective as a German political foundation has made significant progress with the election of President Maia Sandu. But since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the main challenges has been hybrid warfare, especially Russia's attempt to influence the elections here in Moldova. And as you mentioned, democracy without security is not possible. So based on our experience in the last 4 to 5 years, I would like to share with you key observations, lessons learned, and some recommendations. Because we think Moldova is not an isolated case, you have mentioned that before. Moldova is the testing ground for is one of the testing grounds for Russia's hybrid warfare. So what was happening in Moldova in the last 2-3 years? Moscow used the election in 2025 and 2024 to influence and interference with a wide range of tools, financially, digitally, and political, often working through local networks. These included oligarch-linked structures, criminal groups, part of the church, and coordinated online communities. Together, they were involved in vote buying, disinformation, fake polling, and targeted mobilization, both within Moldova and among the huge Moldovan diaspora. The financial influence reached unprecedented level in both elections. So this included direct cash payments to voters, funding of political actors, and coordinated logistical operation. What was the Moldovan response to that? First of all, the government tightened rules on political financing with stronger transparency requirements, tougher enforcement, and more action against vote buying and illegal funding. Also, the Moldovan government and with the support of a pro-European civil society stepped up efforts to counter disinformation, identify and challenge false narratives, and track coordinated online manipulation. And also the government strengthened, with the help of the European and international support, cyber and information security. So overall, from our perspective, as a German foundation, these measures were aimed to protect the integrity of the electoral process by limiting both financial and digital interference. So these steps were mainly security-driven and reactive, designed to protect democratic elections. So from our point of view, Moldova is a democracy in a defensive mode and trying to protect itself while balancing security and freedom. What are our lessons learned and recommendations? I would like to share 5 points with you. As you already mentioned, it's not about election. The broader objective of the Russian hybrid warfare is far beyond that. Russia's strategy is a long-term destabilization of all European democracy through the erosion of trust. Even when pro-European forces win, like we have seen in Moldova, interference can still be successful if public confidence in election institution and democratic fairness is weakened. And we have seen that in the last few months here in Moldova. So the disinformation campaigns are ongoing. They focus, for example, the security forces here in Moldova, because the police was a very important force to secure the democratic election in autumn last year. So all the disinformation and work on that is, for example, focusing on that. Second, among the available countermeasures, financial disruption is often the most decisive. Identifying, following, and blocking funding networks directly reduce the operational capacities of those carrying out interference. So follow the money. Third, we have to understand, and I think here the Moldovan institution, they already understood it, electoral interference is a strategic security threat for all our democracies. So it's not only about communication, it's not only about securing one elections, it's about democratic resilience. We have to implement democratic resilience and election integrity into a broader security and defense framework. Fourth, expand EU support for independent media, especially in vulnerable linguistic and regional environments we can find here in Moldova, and strengthen strategic communication capacities. It's very important for the Republic of Moldova to support the independent media, especially after the withdrawal of the US support last year. 5, invest in long-term resilience of democratic societies. Use and support tools like civic education, media literacy, and rebuilding trust between citizens and democratic institutions in a daily democratic life. Thank you very much. Mulțumesc.
Thank you, Mrs. Tribel, for this presentation. And now I give floor for Mr. Daniel Voda, Associate Expert in Foreign Policy and Strategic Communication, Institute for European Policies and Reforms. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Co-Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. If there is one thing we have learned, all of us here in Moldova in the past years, it is this. The security of our region is no longer only about the borders or armies. It is about information, it is about trust, and the ability of our societies to distinguish truth from manipulation. I'm here to tell you that Moldova have learned that cognitive warfare does not begin with tanks. It actually begins with narratives. And it is exercised through disinformation, economic pressure, and political interference by external actors. And they are being designed usually to do 3 things. First, to weaken trust in democratic institutions. Second, to distort public perception of reality. Third, to influence political choices, especially during elections, as Moldova witnessed in the past 2 years. And this is not an abstract conversation, as the previous speakers have highlighted in their presentations too. It affects how people vote, how they understand reforms, and also it affects their beliefs. In this context, integrity of societal cohesion is not a minor matter for our democracies. It is a matter of national security. This is a lesson from Moldova. We clearly see across the region of the Eastern Partnership that in Moldova and Ukraine, EU accession is pursued under constant pressure by Russia's brutal military war against Ukraine. In Georgia, democratic backsliding coexists with a strong pro-European public support. In Belarus, the political system is fully integrated into Russia's security architecture. We see it clearly. Armenia is recalibrating its strategic orientation towards the European Union. Azerbaijan's role remains important for regional connectivity and energy security, but it requires a different policy logic than accession-driven partners. Dear members of the committees, this diversity of trajectories makes one clear thing for me. A single policy framework is no longer sufficient in this context. The Eastern Partnership framework no longer reflects geopolitical reality of the day-by-day life. What was designed in 2009 as a model for gradual reform and convergence has been overtaken by events. Russia's war against Ukraine, Belarus' full alignment with Moscow, and diverging across the region's geopolitical orientation. Today's Europe's eastern neighborhood is no longer just a space of cooperation as it was back in 2009. It is actually a space of geopolitical battlefield. At the same time, the conditions for enlargement have also fundamentally changed. In the early 2000s, and those members of the European Parliament who have a long institutional memory remembers that, the enlargement benefited from strong public support, a unified EU position, and limited geopolitical resistance. What is the situation today, ladies and gentlemen? The public support is more fragile. See the cases of Serbia, for example. The EU itself is divided on enlargement policy, and external actors actively seek to disrupt democratic processes and European integration of the aspiring member states, as Moldova is, as Ukraine is, as Balkan region is. So the question is how we respond in a concrete manner. Let me outline several practical directions for your kind consideration. I hope you will take note of these concrete ideas in your future work. First, we need to move beyond Eastern Partnership as a single framework. We need a differentiated approach. Accession-focused engagement for Moldova and Ukraine, strategic partnership with Armenia and Azerbaijan, conditional engagement with Georgia until democracy is restored, and of course, societal engagement with Belarus, because there are people there striving for democratic values too, many of them unfortunately living outside of that respective country. Second, we need to think regionally, globally, and have a geopolitical perspective, ladies and gentlemen, not thinking in geographical silos as now. A Black Sea Balkan strategic corridor can connect energy, transport, data, and security, planning across Moldova, Ukraine, and also the Western Balkans as aspiring EU member states. This is not only about infrastructure, it is about reducing vulnerabilities and increasing resilience, benefiting not only respective countries, but also EU member states. Third, we need to invest more seriously in democratic resilience, and this includes support for independent media, as my colleague previously mentioned, protection of journalists in the current time. Council of Europe has an outstanding campaign in protecting the journalists. A very nice way of doing it is to connect to those initiatives on the European level. Strengthening election integrity mechanisms across our democracies. And of course, funding investigative journalism, something for you to consider in your future work. Without credible media and legal protection frameworks, resilience remains incomplete and truth remains undefended. Fourth, we should accelerate sectoral integration before full membership, allowing earlier access to EU energy, digital, and transport markets is creating tangible benefits and anchors the reforms in the respective societies. I would like to give you an example from Moldova, and my own example, which I kind of took advantage of while traveling in the EU member states. The reduction of roaming fees for Moldova is a practical sample of how integration can deliver visible results and benefits for people in business, for people in civil society, for people just traveling to see their grandmother in the EU member states and not paying the same fees for data and roaming. This is a clear and real conversation happening now. Fifth, we must avoid false choices in the enlargement debate. You are holding in your hands the future, the political future of the continent. Framing Eastern enlargement and Western Balkans enlargement as competing tracks is strategically counterproductive. I wanted to share with you that early this March, I spent my time attending the conference called Budapest Balkan Conference. It was before the election in Budapest itself. What I've noticed there, and I wanted to share it right now, is that I've seen how Ukraine was opposed towards the Balkans in the narratives, discussions, conversations by officials in a EU member state. And I've seen that Hungarians, once again, they have repeated what they already did in 1956, 70 years precisely ago. They defended European values, and they did that the same in the current circumstances of elections in Hungary, because they've shown that those narratives are not productive and they're not helping for better union. Actually, European security requires us to move forward together. Eastern enlargement and Western Balkan enlargement as one track. And finally, we need to address the information dimension more systemically. A fragmented communication approach is no longer sufficient. There is a need for a pan-European strategic narrative platform, bringing together media partnerships, digital platforms, and cross-border storytelling. Because as Hungarians have their story to share, so does Germany or Portugal or an aspiring member state as Moldova is. And sharing those stories across the continent, between ourselves and then externally, is crucial for narrative construction. I will anticipate some of the questions, because some of you might argue with me that this might be a propaganda, but I disagree with that. It is a consistent explanation of democratic values and European integration, because I would like to remind everyone that we are living in democratic societies, and consistent policies plus compelling storytelling is a solution for the current crisis we are all facing. Let me conclude with one key idea. Europe is now a cognitive battlefield. It is a reality. It is a day-by-day reality we are all living in. Then the response cannot be only technical or only institutional, actually. The most effective response is political and societal, and bringing the society on board. It is about forging the union around its core values. I won't bore you, but I would like to remind you these values. The rule of law, democracy, and the freedom of expression. And these are not abstract principles. These are the foundation of the resilience which helped us to develop in a prosperous society on the European continent. Because in the end, the battle we are facing is not about the influence from external factors. And if you've noticed in my speech, I haven't focused on that external actor, because that external actor is weak, is incapable, and is going on the track of ruining itself. But it's about us and our compelling story, our narrative, and the way how we see ourselves in this global world. It is about whether societies remained anchored in truth, trust, and democratic choice. While thanking for your kind attention, I would like to remind you that you will be embarking on your journey in talking to the people who elected you in your respective offices. And I would really want you to take this story from Moldova with you in those respective conversations with your own people back in your countries, and learn from the experience of Moldovan people in defending our democracy. We haven't used any bullet. We used only our vote, our resilience, and our desire to be part of the European Union, of the Union of Values. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voda, for your interesting views, which will give us food for thought in the upcoming debate. So now I would like to open floor to members who would like to share their views in order to feed the reflections of the co-reporters for the future report, or to add comments or ask questions to our speakers. Please raise your hand, and okay, and I need time to fix your names. Okay. Okay. Bruce, and then two, and okay. You? Okay.
Maybe we start with
Four.
Javier. What do you mean? We take
Okay.
note of the people, and maybe you. I think you were the first. So if you.
So now I see we have a few members who would like to have a floor, but please, we have just 20 minutes for debates, so please be briefly in your comments. So, and I would like to give the floor for Rasa Junkevičienė from Lithuania, member of European Parliament.
Thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, our rapporteurs. It's really extremely important topic and report. Few remarks according to my experience and my understanding. First of all, we have to understand to have the right diagnosis on the situation, as always. I have to say this as medical doctor in the past. To recognize that Russia's war is also our existential war. And the front line is going here, be it Ukraine, a real war, be it Moldova, be it now Armenia, and this is front line, Eastern Partnership countries. So, and those countries are giving us huge added value for the whole of Europe. And my main message, and maybe for rapporteurs as well, is, if it's possible to mention in the report, I want to emphasize the important point that is not yet fully understood in the EU countries. For us, the EU, the countries seeking membership, are important both here and in Eastern Europe and Western Balkans. It's so important for us, European Union. It's our also interest to have them democratic and together with us. So Ukraine and Moldova are currently holding a strong front, defending our democracies as well. So this is the main argument. And the political changes in Armenia, by the way, are historic and already have enormous significance for the entire European Black Sea region and EU as well. It's our main, very important pillar, geographical or geopolitical pillar for European Union. And yes, the current stage of enlargement has an important security aspect, as never before, not only for candidates, but also for us, the current EU. Two more moments. The European perspective and success of these nations, especially Ukraine, is one of the most important prerequisites for a different future for Russia. We are forgetting that our interest, European interest, is in the future to have different Russia, not aggressive, not totalitarian, not colonial, but normal Russia. Maybe somebody will say that I am too naive, too idealistic to believe in that, but I do believe that Russians can live in different country than they live today. And Ukrainians are doing their best job to help Russians to change their mentality maybe in the future, because success of Ukraine, Moldova, Armenia now will undoubtedly help Russia begin to heal from the terrible disease of totalitarianism. We must help Russia become a normal state, at least try to help them. And this is impossible without the crushing of the Putin regime, and therefore the victory of Ukraine is important for everyone, even for the seriously ill Russian nation. So you, our friends, you are doing great job to have different environment, geopolitical environment in the future, I hope in my lifetime, when I speak about Russia. And one short question on hybrid. Please elaborate a little bit more, especially to Moldovan colleagues, on church, using church as an instrument from Russian side in your country, other countries. For me, as a practicing Catholic in my country, it's a very painful question not to have this situation when church is used as an instrument for totalitarian regime against democracies.
Thank you very much, dear Rasa. And I propose to give the floor one one member from European Parliament, and then from Eastern Partnership countries' national parliaments. So, and this is, I think, very democratic yes, way. So now I would like to give the floor for Volodymyr Ariev, member of Ukrainian Parliament. Please, Volodymyr, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to talk about the topic of our report and you know, the situation in Ukraine. We are living fifth year in the situation of the full-scale war, and we have a democracy without elections. And unfortunately, for a while, war has no visible end. And risk of escalation still remains not only for Ukraine, but as well as for Europe. And we know that in the current time, this risk is probably the highest in last decades. So, returning to the Ukrainian matter, how to save democracy in the conditions we are living in? The first of all is very important. Fighting a dragon, we must remain a knight, but not to turn into a second dragon. So the list of things what we have to do is not very big, but is crucially important. First of all, immediate and determined reforms of all legal system, including judiciary, law enforcement, investigation, prosecutors, etc. Rule of law instead of rule of pressure of the office of the president, what we have to establish now in Ukraine. We need to move on by the list of draft legislation and list of reforms agreed in Lviv last year by on the meeting in Lviv by Taras Kachka, Vice Prime Minister, and Marta Kos, European Commissioner. And unfortunately, for a while, this list is stuck. We need to preserve anti-corruption reforms and stop any tryouts to undermine independence of anti-corruption bodies. We have to preserve human rights as it possible in a martial law to guarantee people that they will not be prosecuted illegally. Rights of opposition, including rights to have in Parliament's agenda drafts of law created by opposition members of Parliament, and free travels for MPs abroad. It's still under ban. Freedom of press. 3 channels that was switched off illegally in 2022 still remains the same, but at the same time the state television news marathon is under permanent political censorship. So this is important things, how not to turn into the second dragon. And the second important thing is how to save resilience of Ukraine in current conditions. First is to control over procurements and expenditures, especially of the budget costs and costs given by our partners from abroad. Joint programs with European Union in military production programs. We have exclusive experience on the battlefield that in the war that never happened in human history before. We have to save financial and technical support to Ukraine defense forces. I think this is a very important matter for European Union as a whole and for every single state. Strengthen sanctions against Russia and its, especially in its energy trade. We see that this is a very weak point for Russian incomes, and the lack of financing, this is a very important thing to stop Russian aggressive plans, not only against Ukraine, but against Europe as well. Work hard to close paths for circumventing sanctions against Russia by third countries and its company residents. And finally, to figure out how to protect all of us from Russian hybrid warfare, especially disinformation and Nazi-style Russian propaganda. Dear colleagues from Moldova, from Armenia, from European Union states, we are in the same boat. We are swimming all together in this perfect storm. And we cannot divide that you are inside European Union and you protect it better. We are in Ukraine and possibly you have to swim alone. Joint security umbrella we have to build. We have common challenges and common goals. So I think we have to do our homeworks as soon as it's possible. So let's do our jobs. Long live European Union. Long live Moldova, long live Armenia, long live every state member of European Union. I don't want to count it. And Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you, Volodymyr. So that was voice of opposition in our parliament. So and you see, Ukraine is still democratic state. Thank you very much. That was very important to hear. And now I would like to invite member of European Parliament, Mrs. Angeline Furet from France. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair Ivan. Dear colleagues, holding a joint meeting on human rights and energy security today illustrates the great European paradox. Our diplomacy of values stops where our needs for gas begins. On the one hand, we justify our decoupling from Russia in the name of international law, only to immediately bind ourselves to Azerbaijan. This energy pragmatism is a choice we could perhaps assume on one condition, that the European Union uses this commercial leverage to demand a just peace and guarantee the sovereignty of Armenia. Instead, the Commission chooses silence and complacency to secure its supplies, leaving our Armenian allies, like our colleague here present, alone under pressure. On the other hand, when our supplies are not at stake, morality becomes a weapon again. We threaten to cut off funds to Georgia over a sovereign transparency law, while pouring billions to keep on life support a Moldovan government that at the very same time is legalizing the censorship of its opposition. My question is therefore the following. Does our neighborhood policy now boil down to an assumed double standard, where we sacrifice the leverage for peace in the Caucasus to secure Azerbaijani gas, while funding an authoritarian drift in Chisinau in the name of European integration? Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor for Mrs. Karapetan, Head of Armenian Delegation and Co-President of Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. Please, Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, dear co-rapporteurs. Thank you for your statements of intention of what the report should be about. Dear Madam Tribal, dear Mr. Voda, thank you for your presentations. I'll share Armenia's experience a little bit and then pose a question which I believe Madam Tribal is best positioned to answer, but anybody else that would like to pick it up. It's very unfortunate that in this year we still talk about vote buying. And we've criminalized vote buying and vote selling in Armenia. But to face the brutal reality, this is possible only in societies where for so many decades the welfare state has failed to become a reality, that it is possible for malicious actors to buy the vote of our citizens. As we look at Armenia's experience, it used to be years ago something like even 10 euros, 20 euros. Now, the reality in Armenia that we see today is actually employing people in fake jobs, but that means a salary, a monthly salary for the election period as a form of vote buying. So, and since I'm also co-rapporteur for the third committee's report, which looks at the socio-economic reasons of how electoral interference happens in our societies. I would like to ask what Moldova's experience is in this regard. How have socio-economic reforms helped to address these entry points of interference into our electoral systems? Thank you.
Thank you, dear co-president of Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. And now I would like to invite to have a floor for Mr. Daniel Attard from Malta and member of European Parliament. No? He is not here, so okay. So we have another speaker from European Parliament. Now I give a floor for Mr. Bosdorf from Germany.
It's no problem.
Miss Bosdorf from Germany. Sorry.
No
for
problem. Yes, thank you very much for all the explanations. I have only one question. We heard about the correct democratic decisions. Who's the one who's going to decide what is a correct democratic decision and what is an incorrect democratic decision? We spoke a lot about the influences on social media and on elections as well. And for me, I want to have very clear words that by fighting for democratic decisions, we cannot make the own decision what is correct and what is incorrect. How are we going to make clear that the oppositional parties here are coming to their rights as well? And this is for me very important to know that there is a democratic opposition as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bosdorf. And now I see Mr. Attard is already here, so I would like to give the floor to you, please.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies. I needed to use the bathroom. Since you said that you will alternate speakers, when my colleague from the Parliament took the floor, I thought that I would have enough time, but I did not. So what I wanted to say is this. Earlier, a speaker mentioned a union of values, and I wanted to speak on that, because the European Union is above all a union of values, a union which is built not only on uniformity, but on the belief that nations with different histories, languages, and realities can move forward together. As a country that joined the historic enlargement of 2004, the country I come from, Malta, we know very well what this project can achieve. We entered as one of the smallest member states. We are, in fact, the smallest member state, with our natural limitations of size and scale. We are also a neutral member state, constitutionally neutral, like Moldova is. Yet through membership, opportunity, and reform, we have built a modern success story that proves that no country is too small to contribute, and no country is too limited to thrive within the European Union. That is why Europe's strength cannot be measured only by grids, markets, or supply chains, but it must also be measured in the strength of our institutions, the independence of our media, the rule of law, and the trust that our citizens place in democracy. Those who seek to weaken Europe often do not attack openly. They aim instead to divide societies, spread disinformation, undermine journalists, and erode confidence in public institutions. We must recognize this for what it is, a challenge to our collective security. Therefore, supporting media freedom, protecting democratic institutions, and safeguarding civic space are therefore not secondary issues, but they are central to Europe's resilience. So yes, let us strengthen our energy security and our connectivity, but let us also remain faithful to the values that allowed countries like Malta to flourish, and that continue to make Europe stronger through its diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor for member of Ukrainian Parliament, Ms. Sofia Fedina. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Krulko. Actually, I have a rather comment as the Doctor of Philosophy in International Relations and the person who lectures the question of information warfare at the university. It was really good comments about the Moscow Federation influence on all the processes that are going in the Eastern Partnership countries and as well in the countries of the European Union. But also there were quite nice questions about the values and democracies and who is making the decisions. And I would like to emphasize that Moscow Federation is playing very interesting hybrid game. They are using the democratic values and democratic mechanisms against democracies. And they will tell you a lot about rule of law and and freedom of speech and how we should protect all the freedoms, but they will be the first ones to infringe all those freedoms. They will be the first one to ruin the rule of law and freedom of speech. And they will interfere, then legalizing their interference by a lot of human rights speeches. And that is one of the biggest challenges for us as the democratic institutions. They think, okay, as we are speaking about rule of law, freedom of speech, democracy, we had to listen to Moscow Federation. And this is a point that Moscow Federation is an aggressor on the battlefield, aggressor in economics, in the gas sector. Moscow Federation is an aggressor in information sector. And when we listen to the aggressor, we help this aggressor to ruin our values, to ruin our democracies, and to ruin our cooperation. The first and the most important part is not to listen to the aggressor and not to play its game. That's one of the rules on information warfare resistance. And Russia was very optimistic about changing Muscovites Russians, about changing the Moscow Federation. I think before changing them and thinking about how we can influence their future, we have to protect ourselves. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, when we witness what not Putin, but the common Russians do with our, not soldiers, but civilians in the prisons, what they did to our children in Bucha, Kherson, Izium, Sloviansk, and other places, these are not the people we can communicate with. Therefore, Ukraine always very painfully reacts on returning so-called good Russians into international institutions. Because those good Russians, they start to protect the interests of Moscow Federation. And then Moscow Federation gets more and more possibilities to ruin our unity. And to the colleagues that are asking the question about social media, about press and opposition, in 2015-16, I consider in Ukraine there were closed the social media, Moscow social media of Kontakte, Yandex, Mail.ru. That was the best decision we ever did because they were recruiting our Ukrainian people to kill Ukrainians. They were recruiting our Ukrainian children to make terroristic attacks through the social media that are directly used by FSB. About the Federal Security Service of Moscow Federation. And there is a very thin line in between democracy and stepping not to be democracy. But for democracy to protect itself, it has, first of all, to get rid of Moscow influence. And then we can talk about the development of the democracy. And I ask the co-rapporteurs to pay big attention in their report, especially on the question how Moscow Federation uses democracy instruments to kill democracies. And when we investigate that, we will be ready to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Sophia. I agree with you. Yes, very important words. And in order to change something in Russia, we are paying a very high price by lives of Ukrainian soldiers. So, and I am not sure that they will understand anything. But we have do our job, and now I would like to give the floor for a member of European Parliament, Tomasz Frelich. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Just two very short remarks. I don't want to interfere in the internal affairs of Moldova, and there is obviously very strong evidence that the Kremlin interfered in the Moldovan elections. However, I don't understand one thing. Why some parties were only excluded just 1 or 2 days before the election and not earlier, because this kind of approach creates the impression of arbitrariness. And I mean, I understand that I think there was probably, I mean, there is strong evidence that there was interference by the Kremlin, but why the parties were banned just 1 or 2 days before the elections? Because this was even criticized by the OSCE. So I just would like to get a short answer on this. And then I think one thing I would like to raise is that I think that we should rethink our approach towards Georgia, and I would like to encourage all of you to step in dialogue not only with the civil society or the NGOs in Georgia, but also with the Georgian authorities. I think this is important. And I think there is some evidence that some of the accusations against Georgia are geopolitically motivated and in parts simply wrong. I mean, according to I made some research on this, according to the Chandler Good Government Index, Georgia ranks on the 26th place worldwide, doing better than 14 EU member states. And according to the World Justice Project's Rule of Law ranking for Eastern Europe and Central Asia, Georgia ranks on the first position. And I mean, those are solid results, and I think we should rethink our current approach towards the Georgian authorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I have one more speaker. I want to give the floor to Arman Yegoyan from Armenia. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you for the words said about Armenia and about the reforms that Armenia has undertaken. But I would like to bring some new nuances into this discussion. I felt that there is a perception that Armenia is going on war against anyone. So Armenia is not going on war. We have established peace with Azerbaijan, not for opening another front line with any other country in the world. We have adopted the balanced policy, which means the balancing is reducing from where it is too much and putting it where it is a bit little. This is what the balance is about. The balance is not about minimizing somewhere to 0 and maximizing somewhere to 100. Balancing is about serving your interests wherever and however you deem it most advisable for your state interest. This is what Armenia is doing. And of course, if we look at one instance, it might think that Armenia is doing some revolutionary steps. In that one instance, it might be true. But in other instance, Armenia might take another step towards another policy choice, which has nothing to do with the previous one. So, secondly, about our European aspirations and about our desire to become a member of the European Union. This is not a geopolitical choice for Armenia. This is a political choice, but not a geopolitical choice. We do not want it to make about geography. We do not want European Union to make geopolitical discounts for Armenia when considering its path to European Union. We want European Union to count our reforms, to check our reforms. This is neither, I would say, a civilizational choice, because we have done this civilizational choice centuries, if not millennia ago, while adopting Christianity 1700 years ago, and even before that, while concluding, if we go too deep, treaty of friendship and peace with Roman Empire if we go that deep. So Armenia is a European nation, so it's not by our European aspiration, it's not now, it's not in the beginning of the 21st century that we should realize that we have taken a European path. We have taken it long ago. It was interrupted so many times in different instances of history, and now we reaffirm our European choice, which doesn't mean that we are, as I said, minimizing our relations or annihilating our relations with other countries. Nobody does that. Not even European Union annihilates or brings to zero its relation with all other entities and states and organizations in the world. And so, but apart from this, you talked about reverse of democratic reforms in some countries, about irreversibility of reforms. And what I've said has a lot to do with this fear. We do not want to present our people that their well-being, their future depends on just one vote, on just one move, on just one reform. And when, for some reason, doesn't happen as fast as they would perceive, depending on what we have promised them, it is reversed and they are frustrated and they ask us why it didn't happen. Because one move cannot bring to a comprehensive reforms. Hundreds, thousands of laws, hundreds and thousands of reforms. This is what we intend to do in order to secure our democracy, secure our European path. At the end of the day, and this is what our Prime Minister said months ago in the European Parliament, at the end of the day, we will have two options. Either we will become a member of European Union, which is great, but if, for some reason, for some geopolitical reasoning from the EU side, for some economic reasoning, for some political reasoning in the Council or in the Commission, I don't know, if for some reason we do not become the member of European Union, we will still have a state that fully complies with norms and standards of European Union, which is not bad at the end of the day. So the worst possible outcome of our path is still not that bad for Armenia. So we intend to choose between the best option and the second best option without any choice for bad or worst option. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yegoyan. So, and now I have, last but not least, our colleague from European Parliament for a short comment. And then I want to give floor for our co-reporters for brief comments and for brief comments for our invited guests, okay? So when we have to open next our standing committee, so that's why I would like to give the floor for Giadis Giadi from Cyprus. Please, the floor is yours.
Working. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with what has been said until now, except from the remarks made earlier about Turkey, because we must not forget that is a revisionist country like Russia, which undermines Europe's energy independence by obstacle projects of common interest while violating international law and showing no respect to European principles and values. Furthermore, I would like to refer to the cases of detection and response to hybrid threats, including disinformation, cyber attacks, possible sabotage, and instrumentalization of the illegal immigrants. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And now I would like to give the floor for co-rapporteur Adrian Balutel from Moldova. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I will just say the following. Well-noted comments. It will go in the report. Thank you for the comment on church. Very briefly to reply on that. there were two major elements of church involvement. First, they were using priests as mules for transporting money from Moscow. Those were documented in several cases. And second, also widely documented, church was a place of not preaching but political promotion. That was also widely documented. Also in this regard to mention, churches were not persecuted in any way under any circumstances. We have the freedom of religion. Both Romanian Orthodox Church and Moldovan Orthodox Church continue to operate freely and regardless of any cases that were established. There were several cases in the prosecution office related to the priests that were documented to transport illegal and or big amounts of money, basically. That's one thing. Second, on entry points, social vulnerable groups, we had a situation where for many years, Short Network was allowed to use or developed a network of social shop through which they illegally collected personal data of people, which later on they weaponized it. So take care of the social vulnerable groups and take care of personal data, because it is later being weaponized for targeting, online targeting, and also direct vote bribing targeting. That's the second element. On the exclusion from the election, thank you for your remark. That's indeed valuable. It's important to notice that the case of electoral candidate that was removed from the race 2 days before the election was a candidate that was part of an electoral electoral bloc. It was documented that party receiving money and big amounts of cash were seized at their offices, and 2 days prior to the election it was documented how they were handing out the cash. And even in the benefit of the electoral bloc, and even in this condition, electoral authority removed from the race particularly this party while allowing the rest of the bloc to run, and is now being represented in the Moldovan Parliament. So it was a targeted intervention based on the evidence of a particular party using particular illicit funds that were seized. And even in this case, in order to respect the pluralism, the number of that bloc was went to the election, got elected to the parliament, is now part of the opposition. And that also relates the comment to the authoritarian drift that was mentioned related in Moldova. After the latest election, we have more parties in the parliament than in the previous mandate. We have 6 groups in the parliament, which comprises 8 political parties that are represented, where before it was 4, if I'm not mistaken. But I might be wrong. But it almost doubled the number of parties represented in the parliament after the last round of election. Thank you very much. I'll stop here. And once again, it's documented in the minutes. I took my notes. It will all go into the final report that will be circulated. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. And now I would like to give the floor to my dear co-chair, Mr. Schenk. Please, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ivan, and thanks especially to all of you who commented and raised their position, and it's all well noted. Thank you very much for all the comments and ideas. I wrote down comments from Maria, Sophia, Volodymyr, Raza, Daniel, and some others. And I think Adrian already said we get many input and ideas for our report, and directly after our meeting in the next days we can start and continue writing it, and then we can present you the report. I also would like to thank our guests, Mrs. Triebel, Mr. Wohner, for your insight and interesting explanation to the situation here in the country. I think all the points you mentioned sound very sensible, and I have one question, and maybe you can give us some insight. How is your work, because you're living here, you're working here with your institutions for years now, with your teams, how is your work here accepted? How is it part of daily politics and of developing strategies? And here in the capital, but also if you leaving the capital and you go in the more rural areas, in the constituencies of our colleagues here from the Parliament, and maybe you can give us a little bit insight of this part of your work. Thank you.
Thank you, dear co-chair, and dear guests. If you want to have a floor, please, you have a few minutes for short comments. Mr. Bora,
yes.
Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. In the spirit of the pluralism and democratic value of this institution, I would like to argue a bit with Mr. Baluțel on his previous remarks about the Moldovan opposition, because we also have a member of the opposition here. Yes, we have more political parties represented in the parliament, and at the same time, as an expert, I would say that it's very important that there is more dialogue between the governing party and the opposition members, and I think it should be not formal, but like intricate in details. But I also wanted to share with you a good news coming from our parliament is that the Committee for European Integration is having representatives across the Moldovan parliament, so it's like a non-partisan, so to say, support, and it's for the first time in the history of Moldovan parliament when 85 members out of 101 members of these respectful institutions have declared their adherence to the European integration process of Moldova, as Moldovan people instructed in placing the irreversibility of this process in the Moldovan constitution. But I had to make this point because it's very important. I also would like to refer to the very interesting and important remarks of some members of this committee, particularly the colleague from Germany was asking who decides and what are the correct decisions. I cannot argue who decides in the German context, but in the Moldovan context, it's Moldovan people through democratic elections. And what the Moldovan institutions has been arguing in the past 2 political campaigns is that no foreign money should decide that. So this is the only thing which authorities and the opposition members were interested in, so that the seats on which the members of the parliament are sitting in this respective house of democracy are based on the genuine campaigning. This is an important element. Also, another colleague from Germany mentioned the OCC reports, Mr. Tomasz Fröhlich, I think. I would like to pay attention to that in the same report, which was also with the contribution of the governing party, opposition party, civil society, journalists, media, and so on. It is stated that the Moldovan elections were fair and democratic, with some elements being described in the same report. And also I wanted to highlight that in the 35 history of Moldova's electoral process, all elections have been qualified by international bodies as free and democratic. So this is an argument for a long-standing democratic process. If you ask my expertise on the way what should be the main issue in terms of democratic value for Moldova, I do believe it's a political dialogue, because elections are over a couple of months ago, but we still can witness a pressure in the public space between the political parties, and I think it's a unique moment when the governing party, which has a majority in the parliament, can show a great deal of openness and cooperation together with the other parties which were elected by the people of Moldova to work together on the common issues. And Mr. Co-Chair, answering your question about our work, so I'm now involved with a think tank involved in promoting European integration of Moldova. It's one of the leading think tanks in Moldova called Institute for European Policy and Reforms. We have a number of activities on the regional level. I think the main challenge which we face and the difference is that there is no on-ground understanding on what concretely the European integration process means for the people in the villages, small towns, communities. And I think it's a duty of everyone, the MPs in this house, the government, the civil society, media, to explain thoroughly the process. I fully agree with the comments made by some colleagues from the Eastern Partnership, meaning that the European integration is a merit-based process, and we're not doing it for Brussels or any, European Union positive reference. We're doing it for our own people. And I think what kind of we should do more is going on the ground, explaining and interacting with the people more. And also the economic component. I do believe that people tend to, in the past a couple of years, they feel the pressure of their daily livelihood because of the crises to which Moldova was exposed. So after the COVID, there was a war in our region, and nowadays with the disturbances on the energy market. So all of that puts a big pressure on the everyday life of Moldovans. And it should be utmost priority, as it was instructed also by this very house in the Parliament, that the government focuses on economic development. And for that, there is a EU 1.9 billion support program, which is useful for improving economic state in Moldova. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voda. Unfortunately, we don't have time to continue our discussion, but I would like to ask Ms. Tribal, if you want to add something, please, you have 1 minute, because we have to move to another energy committee. So please. The floor is yours.
Very briefly, thank you very much. When it comes to vote buying here in Moldova, in the first round of the presidential election, at least 8% of the voters received money in return for their votes. So, of course, it is a social and an economic issue. And when we think about a response to the hybrid warfare of Russia, it's also about economic growth and social welfare. And this, the current government is aware of it, so it's the main focus of the government, the new governmental term, to increase the economic wealth with the support of the European Union. Daniel mentioned the growth plan, so that's also a key to strengthen democracy and elections here in Moldova to reach a better economic and social situation. When it comes to our work as a German institution here in Moldova, we can work here totally independently, according on the basis of our strategy, of our focus areas in this country. What we also focus on more, especially in the last 3-4 years, is to reach out all regions in the Republic of Moldova and all social groups in these countries. We also want to provide a dialogue platform in this polarized environment, in this situation where different groups are trying to find a solution. So, for example, our scholarship holder program includes students, Russian-speaking Moldovans, Romanian-speaking Moldovans, Moldovans from the south or from the north of Moldova.
Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, now I would like to say thank you for this fruitful debate. And what we have heard today will be taken into account in the drafting of our committee's report. The draft report will be circulated and then put for vote at our next committee meeting in Brussels. So now I pass the floor to Mr. Dan Barna from the Committee on Energy Security, who will be chairing the following point. And thank you very much. Thank you, dear co-chair, for this debate and for this our political committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. As a host, I'd like here to intervene very briefly.
Yes,
First, we will, because we went out of our program schedule, the session on energy will last as it was supposed to, 1 hour, 15 minutes. We'll be late for lunch. We will announce the place. Everything is fine. We can have a full debate without the hurry. That's first element. Second element, there is no time for coffee break in the agenda, but in the hall you can take and grab a coffee and a snack and get back to the meeting so you can continue the discussions. Thank you very much. Mr. Barna, you have the floor.
Hello, colleagues. It's a great pleasure to be chairing this meeting here in Moldova on behalf of the European Parliament co-chair of the Energy Security Committee, Mr. Tosi, who couldn't make it today. Mr. Krulko will be co-chairing the meeting with me on behalf of the Eastern Partnership component, and I will count on him because having this delay, I will have to leave it in a moment to honor some governmental obligation. We are now at point 5 in the agenda, which is an exchange of view on the topic of our next report, which reads as follows: increasing the efficiency of energy flows, including hydrogen and renewable energy markets, within and through the Eastern Partnership region as a key investment into regional and European security prosperity. Before I give the floor to the co-rapporteurs who will present us their concept of the report and the preliminary draft that they have circulated ahead of the meeting, let me first turn to our distinguished guests for their intervention on this topic. I welcome Mr. Vitalie Mâța, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Energy of the Republic of Moldova, and Mr. Sergey Tofilat, Energy Policy Analyst and former advisor to the President of Moldova. As we are here in Chișinău, we are happy to get your insights from the Moldova perspective, even though we will, of course, also keep the regional focus in debate. I think that in the past, when we talk about renewable and decarbonizations, people usually thought about climate action more than anything else. However, today I believe it is, first of all, energy security that should come in mind. Russia's war on aggression against Ukraine and its hybrid warfare made this absolutely clear. The Iran war and the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz reinforced that argument even further. So the development of the renewables and hydrogen policies is more important than ever. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mâța for his remarks. Please, you have the floor.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the committee, distinguished parliamentarians. Allow me to thank the Committee of Euronest Parliamentary Assembly for the opportunity to address this important forum. The topic we are discussing today goes far beyond energy policy. In the current geopolitical environment, energy security has become inseparable from democratic resilience, economic stability, and regional security. First and foremost, we must reiterate the strongest possibility terms of our condemnation of Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine. The repeated attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure demonstrate how energy systems have become direct targets in modern warfare. Power plants, substations, transmission lines, and heating infrastructure have been systematically attacked with the clear intention of the weakening Ukraine's economy and the daily life of its citizens. This tragic experience reminds us that energy is not only an economic sector, it is a matter of national security. We must also recognize that the weaponization of energy has long been used by authoritarian regimes as a geopolitical instrument. The Eastern Partnership countries have experienced this pressure in various forms, from supply disruptions to political coercion linked to the energy dependence. In this context, reducing strategic vulnerabilities in the energy sector is essential for protecting democratic institutions and national sovereignty. We strongly condemn the continued interference and destabilization efforts carried out by Russian Federation against Georgia. Such actions undermine Georgia's sovereign territory, integrity, and democratic institutions. Moldova firmly supports Georgia's European path and calls for continued European engagement to strengthen resilience and critical sectors, including energy infrastructure. Against this geopolitical background, strengthening energy cooperation with the Eastern Partnership and the European Union becomes the strategic priority. The efficiency of the energy flows through our region must be understood not merely as a technical objective, but as a cornerstone of regional security. The Republic of Moldova provides a relevant example of how transforming the energy sector can strengthen resilience and accelerate integration in the European energy market. Over the past 5 years, Moldova has undergone a significant transformation in the development of the renewable energy. Installed renewable capacity exceeds 1,000 megawatts at the beginning of the 2026, compared to approximately 77 megawatts in 2020. an increase of more than tenfold within a relatively short period. In 2025, renewable sources covered approximately 25% of our final consumption. Our national objective is to reach at least 30% renewable electricity by 2030, while reducing greenhouse gas emissions by approximately 70% compared to 1990 levels. This transformation creates new opportunity for improving the efficiency of the energy flows and strengthening energy independence. Moldova has significant potential for biogas production using agriculture, municipal and industrial waste streams. Electricity generation from biogas has already demonstrated its viability, reaching the peak of 332 million kilowatts-hour in 2021. Looking forward, this source could be further developed through the production of biomethane and its injection into natural gas network, following with the successful experience of several European Union member states. At the same time, the rapid expansion of the solar and wind capacity creates favorable conditions for the future production of the green hydrogen. Hydrogen could serve as an important energy storage solution and as a decarbonization pathway for sectors that are difficult to electrify, such as heavy industry and long-distance transport. In Moldova's draft energy strategy to 2050, hydrogen is already considered a strategic option for the period after 2030, with pilot projects expected earlier. However, the successful integration of renewable gases and hydrogen requires modernizations on the existing infrastructure and future development of the legal network regulatory framework. A large share of Moldova's gas infrastructure was built during the Soviet period, and it is now more than 50 years old. Modernizing this infrastructure while ensuring compatibility with the future hydrogen technology will require careful planning and targeted investments. At the regional level, infrastructure initiatives remain essential for strengthening energy security. Interconnectors, modern transmission network, energy storage systems, and smart grids are critical for integrating renewable energy and ensuring system resilience. At the same time, experience has shown that infrastructure projects must be developed as integrated value chains, linking production, transportation, and consumption. Without clear supply sources and demand projection, large-scale infrastructure risks remaining underutilized. In this regard, regional initiatives such as development of gas corridors and the modernization of the existing transmission infrastructure could provide important opportunities, including the future transport of renewable gases and hydrogen blends. Nevertheless, this project must be supported by sound economic analysis and coordinate regional planning. The Republic of Moldova is also committed to aligning its legislation with the new European regulatory framework for decarbonized gas and hydrogen markets. Under the national action plans for 2026 to 2029, Moldova will transpose directives and implement regulations, strengthening the legal foundations for integration into the European energy market. Beyond the infrastructure and regulation, improving energy efficiency remains one of the most cost-effective tools for strengthening energy security. Investments in efficient buildings, modern district heating systems, industrial efficiency programs, and support for vulnerable households can significantly reduce energy demand while improving economic competitiveness. Equally important is the empowerment of the consumers, distributed generation, renewable energy communities, and the aggregation of the prosumers can transform citizens from passive consumers into active participants in the energy system. This approach not only stretches strengthens resilience, but also accelerates the social acceptance of the energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of the energy security in the region depends on the three fundamental pillars: diversification, regional integration, and strong democratic institution. For Moldova, the development of renewable energy, biomethane, and green hydrogen is not merely a technological choice. It is a strategic pathway toward the energy independence, economic modernization, and deeper integration with the European Union. Through stronger cooperation between the European Union and the Eastern Partnership countries, through strategic investments in infrastructure and innovation, and through continued commitment to democratic governance, we can transform the energy transition into a powerful driver of stability, prosperity, and shared security across our region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Măța. Now I'll give the floor to Mr. Tofilat, and I'll also ask him to conclude in 5-6 minutes about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Fully agree with Mr. Măța that energy efficiency should be the priority number one. Okay, the topics highlighted today, energy flows, hydrogen, renewables, they are kind of part of the green transition plan. And it has, okay, I would highlight just two main components, energy efficiency and renewables. So energy efficiency comes first. On the renewables, I looked through the latest report of the market regulator. For the last quarter of 2025, we have 19% of electricity consumption coming from renewables, which is good. Our target is to have 30% of renewables in the consumption by 2030. It was said that about 1 gigawatt of installed capacity of renewables, we achieved this target. Is it much or not? Okay, the consumption in the peak hours in the evening reaches about 1 gigawatt or 1,000 megawatts, so this is quite a lot. But it doesn't fix the problem, it creates other issues. And I would say that more than half of the already installed capacities face bankruptcy because of the challenges related to renewables. And this is not only about Moldova. So more than half of the installed capacities don't receive any state support, I would say, and they are in free market. They are the most affected ones. Anyway, in 2025 alone, we have more than 169 gigawatts of wind renewable sources installed, 169 megawatts, out of which 120 are in China. So they are moving the fastest in the world. And when we say challenges related to renewables, we have, let's take three most obvious ones. We have negative prices during the day, negative electricity prices. This is because of the excessive production of electricity, generation of electricity during the day, and there is no consumption, and challenges related to storage. We have blackouts. Just 1 year ago, on April 28th, 2025, there was a huge blackout in Spain. And we have sometimes days or even weeks with very little sunshine and wind. How do we cover the consumption of electricity if the renewables cannot generate sufficient power? So these are challenges that, let's say, don't affect only Moldova. Every country on the planet thinks how to fix these issues. Okay, so just as a conclusion, intermediary conclusion, just installing renewables is not sufficient. We need storage, short-term and more consistently long-term storage. This is another challenge. For short-term storage, we have batteries. In Moldova particularly, this would be a solution for those renewable producers who face bankruptcy, but we should think about policies to make investment in storage bankable. So to create electricity market or predictable prices. Otherwise, no investor would risk to invest his money or to take a loan in a bank to invest in storage. Long-term storage. Hydrogen is one of the emphasized solutions. We should bear in mind that hydrogen energy storage is not one-to-one. I mean, there are some significant losses, and the losses are about 60 to 70% of the energy. So it's quite costly. And indeed, what mentioned Mr. Mıță from the Ministry of Energy, we should also create the infrastructure to store and use hydrogen as a long-term solution for energy storage. At the same time, besides storage, we need grid stability, maintain the grid stability, and to invest in grid upgrade. And here I would say a couple of scary words like inertia, frequency, reactive power, renewables. Just in the recent years, they have been able to kind of produce and offer such, let's say, functions, but long-term feasible solutions are still to come. So all in all, we have to bear in mind that we need energy mix, so from different sources, not only renewables. We also need interconnections. And okay, this is infrastructure, but also regulation to be able to increase the energy flows and increase the competitiveness. One issue that, okay, Moldova should pay more attention is smart metering. We should incentivize the reduction of consumption of electricity in peak hours, evening and morning. In this period, in these hours, the electricity is the most expensive one. So we need to create incentives, price incentives. Without smart metering, you cannot do it. These challenges, transition to smart metering doesn't come overnight because you cannot replace immediately 1.3 million meters. We are within a pilot project to gather data to assess the feasibility according to the EU regulation. Moldova, being a small country with a limited budget, cannot afford to conduct research and development, and here it would be very welcomed to, let's say, make Moldovan decision makers and policy makers offer them access to the latest developments in renewable sector and energy sector. One issue to consider also is the waste management. This is another source of free energy. And I will stop here maybe to jump to questions, because about energy we can talk a lot, maybe a week. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tofilat. We all have received the preliminary draft that had been prepared by the co-rapporteur, Mr. Marco Rosenpere from the European Parliament and Mrs. Sofia Fedina from Ukraine. So as the European Parliament is in the lead this time, I first give the floor to Mr. Rosenpere to present us his approach in working on this report. But before of this, because of the delay of the event, we decided with Mr. Krulko, we decided to adjust a bit the program. So after the co-rapporteurs will present the report, we'll go to listen the position of the European Commission. So Mr. Brunetti is already connected, so he will present the position, and then we'll have the questions and the debate. So we'll put the debate for both topics in one topic in the end, and I will let Mr. Krulko to moderate this one, because as I said, I need to go for the governmental obligation. But in this moment, I invite my colleague, Mr. Marcos Rosenpere, to present his vision about this report, which I presented 1 year ago. I proposed it as an initiative, and I'm more than happy to have this report in the debate now. So, Marco, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dan. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to warmly thank my co-rapporteur, Mrs. Sofia Fedina, for the excellent cooperation, her commitment, and the constructive spirit in which we have worked together on this report. And thank you for the words that I have been very taking attention from Mr. Mita and Mr. Tofilat, which I fully share in general terms, and we will try to incorporate his views on the final report. We meet at, indeed, as they have mentioned, we meet at a moment in which energy policy is no longer only about markets or infrastructure. It is fundamentally about security, sovereignty, and resilience. Russia's illegal and unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine has brutally demonstrated how energy can be weaponized, as it has been mentioned. The systematic attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure and the manipulation of energy supplies have affected not only Ukraine, but the entire Eastern Partnership region and the European Union as a whole. At the same time, broader geopolitical tensions, including developments in the Middle East, continue to put additional pressure on global energy markets and supply chains. This is why our report sends a clear message. Energy security and the green transition must go hand in hand. We call for stronger interconnection with the European Union, but also for regulatory convergence, coordinated crisis response mechanism, and deeper integration into the European energy market. We strongly condemn Russia's continued aggressions and hybrid actions across the region, including its interference in Georgia. We also recall the suspension of Belarus and reaffirm our support for the democratic aspiration of its people, while stressing the importance of reducing energy dependencies that may reinforce authoritarian regimes. At the same time, this report is forward-looking. It highlights the importance of diversifying energy sources and investing in renewables, based on the specific potential of each partner country. Solar energy in Azerbaijan and Armenia, wind energy in Georgia and Ukraine, hydropower where water resources are abundant, and the development of green hydrogen, particularly in Ukraine and Moldova, as a strategic pillar for the future. We also recognize positive developments in the region. The normalization process and the peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan are important steps forward, not only for regional stability, but also for energy cooperation and diversification. Colleagues, energy transition is not only about production, it is also about efficiency, governance, and people. This is why we emphasize the need to reduce energy intensity, invest in energy efficiency, modernize infrastructure, and empower citizens through energy communities and decentralized systems. We also underline a key principle. EU financial support must go hand in hand with respect for human rights, the rule of law, and democratic standards. These are not only values, they are conditions for stability, investor confidence, and sustainable development. And finally, we are calling for stronger financial and technical support, including through NDICI, EFSD+, and cross-border cooperation instruments to accelerate the energy transition and strengthen resilience across the region. This report is about more than energy. It is about building a secure, resilient, and interconnected European energy space together with our Eastern partners. I therefore invite you to support this report and to contribute sending your collaborations and amendments to the final decision that will be taken in the following joint parliamentary assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear co-rapporteur. And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Sofia Fedina from Eastern Partnership component, Parliament of Ukraine. Please, Sofia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished co-chairs, esteemed colleagues, first and foremost, allow me to express gratitude to my colleague and co-author, Mr. Marcus Rosimpere, for his exceptional, thorough, and highly professional work on this report. The profound analysis and substantive content of the presented document deserve special attention and high commendation. The chosen theme is a strategic priority for every member of our Assembly. And we view this not merely as a matter of technical cooperation, but also as a fundamental investment into the regional resilience and our collective European security and prosperity. Today, the energy security must also be viewed in a broader context of global instability. Ongoing geopolitical tensions, disruptions of supply chains, attacks on critical infrastructure, and the growing use of energy as a tool of coercion have made resilience, diversification, and interconnectivity more important than ever. For the Eastern Partnership states, the practical value of this report is indisputable. For our region, this is not an abstract discussion. Energy has become one of the central front lines of security policy. The ability of our states to withstand external shocks, supply disruptions, and politically motivated pressure directly affects regional stability and European security as a whole. The joint development of hydrogen markets and renewable energy sources will allow us significantly diversify our resources and strengthen energy independence in the face of contemporary challenges. Furthermore, further integration into European energy value chains opens broad prospects for attracting investments, creating new technological opportunities within our countries. And this is especially true in the context of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, where systematic attacks on energy infrastructure have demonstrated that energy facilities are no longer only economical assets, but also direct targets in a modern warfare. And I allow myself to make a bit of off top of the official part of speech. Dear colleagues, can you imagine sitting for several days and nights without electricity and heating while it's minus 16 outside? You are not able to heat your children. You are not able to feed them. You are not able to hide somewhere because all around the country, everything is shut down. That is what we have, and we need to find some drastic and very unusual responses to this kind of hybrid warfare that Moscow Federation wages not only against Ukraine, but against democracies and people who want to live together in a community of the respect to human rights and to the democratic values. And Russia has shown that energy can be weaponized not only through supply manipulation, but also through direct military attacks on critical civilian infrastructure. At the same time, Ukraine is already a part of the wider European energy space, and we are really grateful for that because it's a big support for us. Therefore, the resilience and recovery of Ukraine's energy system should be understood not only as a national priority for Ukraine, but also as an important element of Europe's common energy security. We have sufficient time before the next plenary session to conduct additional consultations. This will enable us to harmonize the report's provisions with the national strategic priorities of each state to the greatest extent possible, and where necessary to prepare constructive amendments that will further strengthen the final text. For this reason, I believe it would be appropriate if the further work on the report to reflect more clearly the security dimension of energy policy, including the consequences of attacks on critical infrastructure, the need to protect energy systems against hybrid threats, and the importance of supporting the recovery and modernization of Ukraine's energy sector. Once again, a small off-top. For Ukraine, we have very hard times in energy sector, but I think every hard time is also a chance. This is a chance to modernize it completely and to be one of the leaders of the modernization in all our region. I'm convinced that such an inclusive and consistent approach will allow us to present a balanced document to vote, one that will unite all members of our Assembly around the common goal. In today's world, energy policy can no longer be separated from security policy. The lessons of recent years are clear. Those who control or destroy energy infrastructure seek influence not only over markets, but over societies, institutions, and political choices. I'm convinced that this report is timely precisely because it responds not only to long-term economic and climate objectives, but also to the very real security threats that now define the energy landscape in Europe and beyond. In the light of the aforementioned, I call upon my colleagues to support the concept of this report. Once again, I thank all my colleagues to their work on this document. And as a postscriptum, I remember when in 2015, I lectured in Baltic Defense Academy of NATO, and I was telling about the different dimensions of the hybrid warfare. And when I was talking about this warfare in energy sector, the military told me, no, the hybrid warfare is only what we have on the battlefield. The battlefield is our lives. And today, with the Moscow attacks of our infrastructure, on our energy infrastructure, with the pressure on the European colleagues who are still dependent on Moscow's gas and oil, with what we have now in the Persian Gulf, we see how it's important to modernize the energy sector and to respond very hybridly to hybrid threats, to be more ready, to be more effective, and to get more possibilities for our European community in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sophia. So, as usual, the co-reporters will continue work on their draft and submit it ahead of our next ordinary session, normally in the autumn, where it will be put to a vote. So, as we agreed earlier, the discussion will be on both agenda items. So now I go to our next point of agenda, is the potential contribution of small modular reactors to enhancing energy security and independence across the Eastern Partnership region. In its past meetings, the ENER Committee has discussed many aspects of enhancing energy security, from investments in infrastructure, energy efficiency, renewables, or legislative approximation. However, nuclear energy was rarely at the center of attention, although it is an important energy source in several Eastern Partner countries and many EU member states. Today, the concept of small modular reactors is advancing rapidly and promises significant benefits for energy security and complementing renewables for the replacement of older power plants and fossil fuels. In the EU, the Commission has just last month presented a new strategy for the development and deployment of small modular reactors in Europe. We know that Armenia is actively looking at the SMR technology in order to replace its current nuclear power plant. Ukraine is leading nuclear energy country and is active on this subject as well. Yet cooperation seems to be so far oriented mainly towards the US rather than Europe. In view of these developments, we have invited European Commission's DG for Energy to comment on the ongoing work and plans of the European Commission and on the potential of this innovative technology for the Eastern Partnership countries. So, as I understand, we have our guest online. I welcome Mr. Gianfranco Brunetti, Head of Unit Nuclear Energy, Nuclear Waste and Decommissioning, who is connected remotely. Mr. Brunetti, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon from Luxembourg. Do you hear me well?
Yes, please.
So thank you very much for having me with you today. I'm honored to provide you with information on the latest development on the policies related to nuclear energy in general, but more specifically on small modular reactors. As you mentioned, a little longer than 1 month ago, the European Commission issued a communication on a strategy for the deployment of small modular reactors in Europe. My unit was in charge of the coordination for the preparation of such a policy document, of course, at the technical level, as well as for the preparation of the Commission illustrative program on the investment needs for the overall nuclear energy sector. We observed, especially after the new energy crisis in 2022, a shift in the policy focus at the European Commission level and in general in the European Union from decarbonization to a wider set of overarching strategic goals, industrial competitiveness, but most importantly, as I heard from you right now, strategic independency and security of supply. And nuclear has been consistently recognized as a part of the solution to play an important role in the future, also in the future European Union energy system, where we want to achieve fully decarbonized power system, along with other technologies such as renewable. And the approach is shifting more and more to a technology neutral principle utilization in all the policy interventions. Still, it's important to recall that in the European Union, each member state has a full right to decide on their own energy mix. Therefore, it's not a prerogative of the European Commission or the European Union institution to define the strategic, individual strategic approach to energy production. So on SMRs, indeed, the recent strategy from the European Commission recognized that these innovative nuclear technologies can be a key component of the strategy to make up Europe's future clean energy system. And so we expect them to contribute to the goals of climate neutrality, energy security, affordability, and strategic autonomy. It's important to mark that these innovative technologies, compared to the traditional large-scale reactors, have one of the advantages is that they provide not only electricity for business and household, but they can decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors, energy-intensive industries, and provide 24/7 power for high-demand sectors, such as, for example, data centers, production of hydrogen, chemical industry. So it's important to remark that SMRs are not seen as competitors to large-scale nuclear reactors or other technologies, but rather they can fill up the gaps where they are best applied. So in fact, we don't see them as a best application of SMRs, the mere electricity production, but rather hybrid applications or off-grid applications, and so specific kind of application that can strengthen the resilience of an energy system. The communication from the Commission of last month built up on longer standing work carried out by the industry of the European Union under the framework of the European Industrial Alliance on SMRs, which was launched in February 2024 by the Commission, that nowadays has around 400 members, so it's quite a wide gathering of entities around this alliance. And their aim is indeed to mobilize industry and try and advance concrete SMR and advanced modular reactor projects in the Union. In fact, the underlying objective of our strategy is to achieve first SMRs, concrete SMRs in operation in the early 2030s. So the strategy that we have proposed sets out policy objective and identify, most importantly, the conditions, the precondition for such strategy to be rolled out successfully. And if I can select one keyword that is wrapping it all up together, this is cooperation. In fact, no individual member states in the Union can economically or successfully deploy these new technologies based on their market needs. I mean, the European dimension of the approach to the deployment of SMRs is very important. So individual pathways we see are rather doomed for insuccess than else. So in fact, in many respects, the strategy is calling for member states, stakeholders, the industry, the European Union institutions to work together to find integrated solutions to have the earliest possible deployment of SMRs and future advanced modular reactors. All grounded very firmly on the traditional strong principle of nuclear safety, radiation protection, and safe and spent fuel management that under the Euratom legislative framework are very strongly affirmed. Concretely, the strategy provides 9 actions to bring SMRs project online in Europe in the early 30s. Actions that have different owners, the Commission, the member states, the industry, or others, regulators, for example. So without taking too long, just the actions are 9, and they are divided in 3 main areas: action for the industry, action for the financing aspects, and action for the policy aspects. Perhaps we may go into details in the debate if there are specific questions on those actions. One of the actions, the 9th, to be precise, is also including cooperation with partner countries that wants to plan and deploy SMRs in the near term, including the candidate and potential candidate countries. So there is also an international or third country dimension in the strategy. But beside that, perhaps you are all aware of the other instruments that the Commission has already in place to support nuclear safety cooperation with neighbor countries, the Instrument for Nuclear Safety Cooperation in particular, which also is being presented for the next multi-annual financial framework budget under negotiations in the Council and the European Parliament. There are many challenges ahead, the deployment of SMRs, many promises. Time is of the essence, and this is why we are pushing the industry and the member states to focus rather than disperse energies on many threads and projects, and try to increase the level of cooperation at all levels. I would stop it here for my brief introduction, and then perhaps we can dive into details in a debate later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brunetti. Now I open the floor for any comments or questions from members, and I have three members in my list. And I give the floor first to Ms. Rasa Yuknevichina from European Parliament. Please, Rasa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My intervention will not be exactly to the topic only about the energy, but also about the energy, because Georgia was mentioned several times in previous debate and this debate. So being standing rapporteur on Georgia in European Parliament, I think it's a good time to respond or to say some words on that. Yes, without doubts, Georgia is a very important country, and in South Caucasus region especially, it always was. I mean, 100 years ago, Tbilisi was the key city in the interconnection and so on and so on. I will not go into the details. No doubts. Also, energy is a political tool, important political tool, is no doubts at all. We, my country, we went through this, Lithuania, we were totally 100% dependent on Russia. Today we are 100% independent from Russia. And it was not easy to do, but we did it. So now about European, of course, countries like Germany, for example, I think today is clear, made strategic mistakes when made a famous deal with Kremlin on energy, and also in European Union we have problems. So European Parliament report on Georgia is almost finished. It will be presented, and energy, of course, also will be touched upon. All the main groups, by the way, their delegated rapporteurs are united on Georgia situation. European Commission report on the progress of Georgia as candidate country, by the way, was clear, first time in history. They mentioned such a bad situation has never been faced by any candidate country. It's written in the European Commission report of last year, autumn. Serbia, by the way, maybe is following a similar path like Georgia happened in Georgia. I listened to my German colleague's speech, and I understand that it's not the only, you are not the only, even in the Parliament, with the same view. But as far as I know, your party has good relations with the Georgia Dream, so I can ask you if you are able to help release the political prisoners, at least in Georgia, and then would be easier to speak about further developments with the European Union. I am very serious. It would be very helpful. Because now they are attacking European Union politicians, Georgia Dreams, ambassadors. German ambassador is especially under the attacks of Georgia Dream highest official in a very brutal way, by the way. So I am back to the topic, more or less. Yes, it is precisely because of the geopolitical importance of Georgia, Russia sought to take over this country through soft power, using the methods that Moldovan colleagues spoke about here, exactly the same methods. In 2012, during democratic elections, by the way, everything started. I just remind you that at that time, 2010, 2012, Kremlin did the same in Ukraine, through Yanukovych, like Bezina Ivanishvili in Georgia now, in Moldova, through corrupt pro-Russian politicians. Also, our Armenian colleagues know how huge influence was from Russian side. So similar methods everywhere. And energy was the main tool, to use energy as a main tool to influence their countries, to overcome or to even take over the countries. So attempts in my country were exactly the same, exactly the same. Unfortunately, they succeeded in Georgia. It's like a vice versa scenario. Moldova and Georgia are the vice versa scenarios here. And, but look, Georgians will definitely not give up. And the situation in Georgia will not always be like this. People still in the streets. More than 60% of Georgians are in favor for European Union membership. The example of Hungary has shown this. It took 16 years for the people in Hungary to change the situation. It will happen in Georgia as well. So we have to have patience. We must arm ourselves with patience and help a nation striving for EU membership, including all other projects in the future. So this is my main messages, and I am very much pro-Georgian. I like Georgia, not only because Khachapuri are the best there, but because really Georgia is a nice country, and they deserve to be together with us, not give up, and let's be patient on that.
Thank you, dear Rasa. And now I would like to give the floor for my colleague from Ukrainian Parliament, Pavlo Melnik. Please, the floor is yours for a short comment.
Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the co-authors of the report for their thorough and highly professional work. The theme addressed is of paramount importance to our region in light of contemporary challenges, and the adaptation and diversification of energy resources remain essential for our collective resilience. I propose that we support this report as a basis. We have sufficient time to conduct further interinstitutional consultation on specific matters and to align the documents' provisions with our strategic and policy priorities. This will allow us, where necessary, to prepare constructive amendments to further strengthen the text. I'm confident that such a process will enable us to present a balanced final document for the plenary session, one that will command the broad support for all members of our Assembly. Once again, I thank the co-authors for their significant contribution. And taking the opportunity, I would like to draw your attention to the following. February 24th, 2022, forever divided the world into before and after. The full-scale invasion by the Russian Federation was not merely a new stage of the aggression that began in 2014, but treacherous and bloody act of unprovoked violence against a sovereign state. For 5 consecutive years, Ukrainian soil have been trembling under massive strikes. The aggressor state is methodically scorching our cities with missiles and drones. Most terrifyingly, civilian nuclear facilities have been placed directly in the crosshairs. The occupation of the Chernobyl and Zaporizhia NPP stands as an unprecedented act of nuclear blackmail in human history. Today, Europe's largest nuclear power plant, the Zaporizhia NPP, is being held hostage by the occupiers. This is not just a problem, it is a global threat that keeps an entire continent on edge. Russian aggression has shattered the illusion of security. It has raised a harrowing question: is the system of international safeguards capable of protecting the world from a terrorist state? Every strike on our energy grid, upon which the stability of our nuclear plant depends, is a game of Russian roulette with a global catastrophe. Ukraine's experience is a painful lesson for our humanity. It must serve an impulse for an immediate reimagining of international law. We do not need more declaration. We need effective protection mechanism and inevitable accountability for those who bring the world to the brink of radiation apocalypse. I urge you, do not stand aside. Intensify all efforts to restore a comprehensive and just peace, a peace built on an adherence and respect for Ukraine's borders and sovereignty. Only the full liberation of the Zaporizhia NPP and the restoration of international control can give the world back its right to sleep soundly. And I also appeal to you at the level of your respective parliaments to honor the memory of the heroic liquidators of the Chernobyl disaster.
Thank you, Pavlo. We should have already finished the committee meeting, but I have two more members in my list for comments, and just I want to announce, maybe it's interesting information for members, that Ukraine has just resumed the operation of the Druzhba oil pipeline. The Minister of Slovak Republic for Economy announced this news. So now I would like to give the floor to Angeline Furet from France. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, dear colleague Reza, your indignation regarding Georgia is quite noble. We must defend human rights, but as this committee, why does this vibrant indignation suddenly vanish when it comes to the ethnic cleansing in Armenia? Are human rights worth less because Baku sells us gas? This double standard is what destroys the credibility of our assembly. Anyway, it is precisely in this spirit of consistency that I would like to request that the cross-cutting observations I made earlier in the precedent committee be explicitly reflected in the minutes of this committee on energy security. While these points touch upon human rights, they are fundamental to our resilience against energy coercion, as mentioned in paragraph 31 of our working document. As paragraph 71 rightly warns, we must guard against new dependencies on authoritarian regimes. My question regarding the double standards between our approach in Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Moldova is merely political. It questions the long-term reliability of our energy corridors. I therefore request that the minutes of this committee record the need for consistency between our energy security imperatives and the human rights conditionality clauses set out in paragraph 65 of our own report. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor for short comment to my colleague from Ukrainian Parliament, Volodymyr Ariev. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. As I told before, that the sanctioning of Russian energy trade is crucially important for security of Ukraine and European Union as well. So it was one very good example that worked when Georgian port Kulevi, that started in October of 2025 to accept Russian oil, to stop it right after the threat, after the risk to be included in the 20th package of EU sanction. And this is very important. So I would like to stress about the Druzhba pipeline a bit. Druzhba pipeline, it's a very tricky moment when Russian oil turned into European oil. I know what means European energy chapter, and this is a document that allows this transportation. But at the same time, every year Russia earns about from 6 to 6.5 billion euros from selling oil and this money back to Ukraine within missiles, Shahed drones, and other weapons to destroy Ukraine. So I do believe that we have to find out the solution how to conclude energy interests of European Union states that has a contract with Russia to receive this oil, and security of Ukraine and the rest of Europe, that also, as I told, that now the risk of attack of Russian Federation to European Union is higher as never before. So this is a topic we need to discuss maybe more, and to include this matter of functioning of Druzhba pipeline into the report, as well as we are going to limit Russia in its ability to attack democratic world. It means that we cannot sit on both chairs at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Volodymyr. And now I would like to ask our guests, Mr. Gianfranco Brunetti, if you want to have a floor to react about the discussion. No. Okay. So thank you very much for the interesting contributions. If there are no more questions or comments, this concludes our debate. So thank you very much. And our last point, any other businesses? If there are no other issues, no. So the meeting is closed. Thank you very much. And now we have time for break and for lunch. And in 1.5 hours, we will gather together here to continue our 2 more committees. Thank you very much. Now we go out from the Parliament. I would just want to announce, and we have transfer to the restaurant to have a lunch. Yeah, we come back. We will come back, so we can leave everything here.
Oh, thank you. Dear colleagues, we are about to start, but as you already heard from me, lunch is also a very important part of politics, always, and we had a very fruitful conversations among ourselves. So I would like to bid a warm welcome to all the members of the Committee on Economic Integration, Legal Approximation and Convergence with EU Policies, and of the Committee on Social Affairs, Employment, Education, Culture and Civil Society. Before we begin our discussions, I would like to thank the Moldovan Parliament for hosting the Euronest committee meetings in this wonderful building. And I would also like to inform you that interpretation is available in English, German, French and Russian. Before moving to the agenda, I would like to introduce ourselves. Both of us, we will be chairing this committee meeting. Adrian, you know already from his previous interventions, head of Moldovan delegation and good friend of many of us. Myself, I am part of European Parliament pillar, and Rasa Yuknevichen, I am EPP group, vice chair of that body, and I am from Lithuania. Moldova and Lithuania, we are very good friends. By the way, Moldova was the first nation recognized our independence just after we declared our independence in 1990. Despite that Moldova at that time was not separate, how to say, member state, was included, swallowed by Soviet Union. So thank you, Adrian, for that, despite that you at that time was a child, I think, only. Yeah. Okay, so now first on our agenda, adoption of the draft agenda. There are some swap. It will be swap of the committees. We will change. First, we will have social committee debate, and second will be economic committee, not as it is written in your agenda. If everybody agree, so then agenda is adopted. We have to approve minutes of the meeting of the Euronest Committee on Economic Integration, Legal Approximation and Convergence with the EU Policies held on 28th of October 2025 in Yerevan. You have those minutes, they were distributed, or if you not, you can take them from Secretariat. If there are no objections, the minutes are approved. Now, approval, the number 3 on agenda, approval of minutes of the meeting of the Euronest next committee, Committee on Social Affairs, Employment, Education, Culture and Civil Society, held on 28 October 2025 in Yerevan. If there are no objections, the minutes are approved. Now we will go, as I already mentioned, we changed, just according to the rules. Okay. Now we will have a presentation of the preliminary draft report, Strengthening Democratic Resilience, Building Media Literacy and Digital Resilience, and Addressing Socio-Economic Vulnerabilities as a Shield Against External Interference and Electoral Manipulation. We have co-rapporteurs, 2 co-rapporteurs, Ms. Maria Karapetan from Armenia, and Mr. Nicolae Stefanuta, Greens from European Parliament. My short intervention, dear colleagues, I would like to remind that following on from our last meeting, we decided on the topic and title in a consensual way with the involvement of the co-rapporteurs and the co-chair on the European Parliament side. The topic of the report has some overlaps with that of the Political Affairs Committee. However, in line with the competences of this committee, our focus will be more on the socio-economic vulnerabilities, education, as well as civil society, These are all cross-cutting factors we need to address in building democratic and digital resilience against malign interference. We see, many of us, the outcomes of election campaigns in different countries, and this is becoming more and more important topic. Before we start the presentation and the discussion, I wanted to emphasize that our topic relates to challenges that affect all our societies and political systems. Therefore, preparedness, lessons learned, and social resilience remain relevant to all of us. I am convinced that the Eastern Partnership Framework and our Parliamentary Assembly remain useful and relevant to exchange views and to continue our reflections with all your contributions. So now I will move directly to the debate, and I will give the floor to the co-rapporteur for the Eastern Partnership component, Ms. Maria Karapetan, our co-president of our body. So the floor is yours. Maria, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, co-chair Yuknevichiene just covered the first part of my speech about the commonalities between this report and the report of our political committee, so I'm not going to repeat that, but with that in mind, I will immediately go to the second part, which is declaring my intentions as co-rapporteur, and then when the draft is ready, it will be circulated for your further input. Today, you can absolutely share your initial thoughts on what should be included in the report. In our report, we will focus on how to better protect our societies from external interference, particularly when it targets elections. We identify three main entry points that make such interference possible: socioeconomic vulnerabilities, low media literacy, and weak cybersecurity. Let me briefly elaborate. Poverty and low income create fertile ground for direct electoral manipulation. Vote buying schemes remain a persistent threat where immediate financial incentives, such as cash payments or informal social assistance, are exchanged for political support. Inequality operates also at a different level. Concentrated economic power can be used to distort the political playing field through the financing of political parties, control over media outlets, and the circumvention of campaign finance rules, particularly where enforcement is weak or loopholes persist. At the same time, long-standing socioeconomic grievances and even the reforms designed to address them can be weaponized. Malicious actors deliberately frame necessary reforms as the source of hardship rather than part of the solution, thereby eroding public trust and amplifying dissatisfaction. In countries with strong external economic dependencies, these vulnerabilities become even more pronounced. Energy supply disruptions or trade restrictions can be strategically timed around electoral periods to fuel uncertainty and discontent. Against this backdrop, our response must be equally comprehensive. First, stronger law enforcement is essential. Illicit financing, whether through cash, banking channels, or cryptocurrencies, must be effectively monitored and addressed. Second, robust electoral legislation is needed to close these loopholes. This includes everything from ensuring transparency and accountability in campaign financing, all the way to addressing such phenomena as we might frame pseudo-observers in elections. Third, we must invest in cybersecurity and the protection of critical infrastructure, as elections are increasingly targeted through digital means. Fourth, the fight against foreign information manipulation and interference must be strengthened in close cooperation with civil society, independent media, and fact-checking communities. And finally, we must not lose sight of the root causes. Addressing socioeconomic inequalities, strengthening social cohesion, and promoting economic diversification and autonomy are essential to reducing long-term vulnerability to external influence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. The co-rapporteur from the European Parliament, Mr. Nicolae Stefanuta from Greens, is not here with us today, but I am happy to give the floor to Sergey Lagodinski, our co-president, to provide some remarks and input on his behalf. Sergey, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. 2 points on behalf of Nico and a couple of remarks on behalf of myself. It's also nice sometimes. Maria, first of all, thank you from me and also from Nico for the work and for the lead that you're taking on this. 2 points that I was asked to deliver. Number one, it would be useful to work on some case studies in the report from both the EU but also Eastern countries component, and for instance Romania and Moldova, in order to better understand ways to tackle malpractices. The second point is that the report is set to focus on these issues within the remit of the social committee itself, namely education, social and digital resilience, social vulnerabilities, and key role of civil society. And this would be, from the point of view of Nico, would be important to focus on those particular, otherwise it gets too broad. From my perspective, cybersecurity is of course becoming a major point. I mean, it's always been, but we're also having a Cybersecurity Act in the European Parliament, and it would be good to watch whether we can use the experience there. The Cybersecurity Act in the European Parliament is focused more on China and on not using Chinese technologies in strategic infrastructure, but maybe broadening both the scope of countries, but also broadening the scope of the technical infrastructure, including electoral issues, would be something to be looking at. I think we should also be careful not to come and to arrive to too simple solutions and too easy solutions. I, for example, don't think that fighting poverty alone and in itself would eliminate the threat of manipulation. We have wealthy Russians or whoever else in Germany or in Europe who are very receptive to manipulation and disinformation as well. So it's not always a matter of economic well-being. So going a little bit more deeper on that will probably be important. And also the interesting question of balancing out our wish to control on the one side and also the freedoms of citizens on the other side. This is a very precarious balance to make, and it's being struck differently in countries who are at war for understandable reasons, but also the difference is that we are not at war, and we have to be watching fundamental rights and freedoms, and this brings us in very difficult position, and not everything that J.D. Vance is saying is wrong. We should be open also to self-reflect on the borders and the limits of freedom, but also on the limits of limits on freedom. But this was from me and not from Nico, but I think it would be useful to be careful about that. So with that, I give the microphone back to the chair. That's you, Raza.
Yes, thank you very much. And now the floor is open to discussions. I invite all the members who wish to take the floor to raise their nameplates. I have one already. The speaking time is 2 minutes per person, and Secretariat will fix your names immediately. So now we have Daniel Attard from Malta, from European Parliament.
Thank you very much. Just to build on what was said already, first of all, as coming from a small state, I will say that our resilience has to be built on public trust in the institutions. And when it comes to manipulation, the investment in media literacy should be the first line of defense, the education of the people, along with social cohesion, along with the investment in mitigating the social and economic vulnerabilities. But media literacy is fundamental in this day and age. We have also implemented in our country a few years ago a number of legislation, including the party financing laws, which ensure transparency in party financing, which is also crucial in this era of possible or alleged foreign interference and manipulation in elections. So having a robust party financing law, whether it is state financing or whether it is not state financing, it could be private financing or people financing the parties, but there still needs to be robust party financing laws. When certain donations exceed a certain amount, a substantial amount, they should be declared and registered, etc. I had some more points regarding cybersecurity. Of course, this is very important. The report should recognize that cyber attacks are not just technical or sporadic incidents, but they are direct threats to democracy. And just a final point regarding special support for smaller states, which I believe that as a multilateral institution, which this assembly represents, I think smaller states should receive support in investing in these important pillars of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have two more requests. Dmitry Lubota, Ukraine.
Hi everyone, thank you for the opportunity to take part in this discussion. I would like to focus the attention of all participants on the following vital matters. I believe all you know that Ukraine is not simply seeking peace, we are fighting for our right to exist. We are engaged in every serious international effort to stop this unprovoked, illegal and brutal aggression of the Russian Federation. But let us be honest about what Ukraine is facing. This is not only a war for territory. This is a war against the very existence of Ukrainian nation, our identity, our freedom, and our future. For years, and especially since 2014, Russia has pursued a deliberate policy of erasing everything Ukrainian. In the occupied territories and far beyond the front line, the world has seen the same pattern again and again. Torture, executions, deportations, filtrations, the persecutions of civilians and the destruction of schools, hospitals, homes and energy infrastructure. They are not isolated crimes. They are elements of a state policy directed from above. This is why we must call things by their proper names. Then civilians are hunted by drones in their own streets, then children are terrorized, then millions are deliberated left without heat, water and electricity in winter, then entire communities are made unlivable. This is not military necessity, this is a barbarism, this is a campaign of extermination. No one should have any illusions about Russia. This regime understands only the language of straight. Then it is met this weakness, it escalates. Then it is hit with real resistance, real losses and real pressure. It suddenly starts talking about goodwill, justice and peace. This is not good faith, this is coercion falling. That is why there can be no lasting peace based on trust in Russian words. The peace will come only through straight deterrence, accountability and unwavering solidarity with Ukraine. The aggression must be forced to understand that it will be stopped, punished and denied any rewards for its crimes. We demand justice. Every person responsible for aggression, war crimes, crimes against humanity and acts of genocide must be brought to justice. And the world must recognize these actions for what they are, an assault on the Ukrainian nation right to live. Do not stand aside, do not normalize evil, do not ask Ukraine to trust those who have chosen terror as state policy. Only firmness, unity and moral clarity can stop this aggression and restore a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. So I believe you all heard this many times from Ukraine, but believe us, maybe you're tired of hearing all this, but we will never tire to tell us again and again, because every word, every letter in this message, their matters, because only together they can fight against Russia, only together, and only because of your help, only because of they understand us, we're fighting, and I'm sure we are example of you don't have to afraid of Russia. You just have fight with them. They only understand the power. You don't have to be afraid. Believe, they are frightening us with some nuclear weapons or something else. They're just bluffing, because believe me, they used all opportunities against us. All they can do, they already did with us. You understand? So we just have to be much more clearly, not afraid to fight, and just look at us Ukrainians and just get example of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Slava Ukraini. Now I see Sofia Fedina, Ukraine.
Thank you, Rasa. Actually, we continue the topic how to protect democracy, and like building media literacy and digital resistance, how they can help us fight different vulnerabilities. But actually, I would like to tell the story. A bit less than a year ago, my colleague in Parliament, the former Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, was killed. He was going on the streets of my native city in the very center. It was approximately 11 a.m. He was shot 9 times by the man who was recruited by KGB, by Moscovian Security Service, in Telegram, one of the social platforms actually owned by Russians and controlled by a security service of Moscow Federation. Here they were negotiating with him his deeds, and finally he killed my colleague, who used to be Andrei Parubi, who used to be one of the greatest patriots in our country and who was fighting for independence even when Ukraine was not independent. Sad and funny thing at the same time that the child of the killer died protecting Ukraine on the front line with the fight with Moscow Federation. And actually, this is a question how to influence, how to stop these influences of Moscow Federation through the social media, through the media platforms, through the informational space. Of course, there is a big discussion how democratic, not democratic to moderate this or that platforms. But actually, we should remember that Moscow Federation is using any possibility and any point of Moscow influence just to influence us who want to protect democracy. Moscow Federation and democracy, these two things never met. And they don't understand how to live in a democratic way, even discussing, even in a sharp discussion, what to do in this or that situation. But at the same time, the priority of media literacy and how to address the minds of people, how to make them think, is one of the greatest questions of the nowadays. Another story from my life as a lecturer. Before I became a member of Parliament, on my lectures, the students were not allowed to come with cell phones. They had to leave cell phones at the entrance in the transparent box where they were able to see their cell phones. And starting from the moment when they were totally shocked and they were even not able to communicate and to speak, and finishing with that, these several courses of my students have become the brilliant students and now the brilliant diplomats, because they used, they studied how to use the brain, how to analyze, how to memorize. And I know that throughout the European countries there is a big discussion and actually the decisions how to make young people not to use cell phones so much, especially at school or the universities. But altogether we have to find out the way how to make people to use their brain for thinking, for analyzing, for communication, not for scrolling, because as we know already that the scrolling deprives us of thinking and influences the future decisions. Very important if we want to have a conscious electorate, they have to be taught, and how? This is a question to all of us.
I have one more request, and now I will close the list of those. Oliver Schenk from European Parliament.
Thank you, Chair. Only 1 minute. I would like to mention the EMFA, the European Medium Freedom Act. If we talk on misinformation, on fake news, then it's good that we, as Sophia and Daniel mentioned, talk on literacy. Or we mentioned the DSA, what Sergey said. These are the symptoms. If you want to go to the roots, we need independent media. Newspaper, broadcasting station, radio, TV, which is independent, not influenced by politics, which has a good financing mechanism, which does not create a political influence. And to strengthen these independent media, we introduced a new tool in European legislation. It's called European Medium Freedom Act, because we see also in our member states that press is under pressure. And if we have to look in these member states, and we see also many problems in European Union, and as we are here in a bigger crisis with our Eastern partners, I would mention this new instrument, which could also be interesting for you to have a look at. And because it is helpful and is one very important tool to fight against misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What about rapporteurs? Would you like to respond?
Very briefly, I want to thank all of the input, and especially for warning me not to lean in the direction of socio-economic solutions too much. Well noted, colleagues. I took detailed notes, and the report will surely address all of the points that you raised. Thank you.
So, thank you for your valuable contributions to the debate, colleagues, really. Before concluding, I would like to remind you that the draft report will be presented at the next committee meeting, which will take place in the second half of this year, as already decided in Brussels. So now we will go to presentation of the working document on the importance of regional interconnectivity for economic security and regional and European prosperity. Co-rapporteurs, Mr. Liudas Mažylis, European Parliament. He is our leading co-rapporteur this time, but he is not here, unfortunately. And Ms. Tatevik Gasparian from Armenia. We decided on the topic of the report during the ordinary meeting of the committee on 28 October in Yerevan. We are also honored by the presence of our speakers here, Mr. Wolfgang Schlager, Policy Officer, Connectivity Coordinator, DGNS, Unit C1, Regional Strategy and Investment, will be remotely here. Also, Mr. Alberto Carley, is it okay? Head of the EIB representation to Moldova. And also happy to welcome here Mr. Radu Marian, Chair of the Committee on Economy, Budget and Finance, Parliament of the Republic of Moldova. So now I would like to...
Can you give the floor to Radu Marian because he'll have to leave in 20 minutes.
Okay. Our main person here asked me to give the floor, first of all, if the others will not be against to Mr. Marian, because he is running somewhere else and is in a hurry. So, Mr. Radu Marian, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, members of the European Parliament. Welcome to Moldova, and thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to speak at this event. Since the topic is the regional interconnectivity, tackling the regional and European prosperity, I will briefly talk on this issue. And I would say that the interconnectivity in all fields, in energy, in transport, and circulation of goods and capital and people, is absolutely essential for realizing the economic potential of the European Union. EU is a huge single market, is one of the biggest in the world, the biggest perhaps, of almost 500 million people. But we have to be frank with each other. There are significant barriers inside the Union that represent a really substantial competitiveness issue, especially in the context of increased strategic competition with the EU and China. We saw, and I think a lot of people here read the Draghi report, which said very clearly that the regulation barriers existent in the European Union are equal to a 45% tariff on goods and 110% tariff on services. And obviously, we have to be aware and we have to accept this problem, and we have to take efforts to change it. For example, on energy, there are extremely high variation of electricity prices in Europe. I checked today a electricity day-by-day market, and we have a rate of 12 euro per megawatt hours in France and 117 euro per megawatt hour in Bulgaria. I mean, it's true, the markets of different countries are different. The reasons why there's such a difference in prices, I mean, they're not obviously only related to regulation and everything, but these price differences can be much smaller with bigger connectivity, with, let's say, more electricity lines between the countries of the EU, which will take electricity and energy from where there is enough supply to the regions where the demand is higher. We are doing this right now in Republic of Moldova. We are investing in more connectivity in terms of energy. We're about to finish a substantial energy project, Moldova Vulcanești line, which will bypass the Transnistrian region and will increase our connectivity with Romania. At the same time, there are two approved electricity projects, lines, a high voltage line, which will connect us with the EU market, and which will allow us to import more electricity, but at the same time to export whenever we will have these more electricity available from solar and renewables. We have invested substantially renewable. Our share of renewables in total electricity demand has increased from 3% in 2020 to more than 30% now, currently in 2026. And we are determined to invest more because this is absolutely essential, not only to decrease the prices for our businesses and consumers, but for electricity and energy security. The same with natural gas pipelines. We need more of this in Moldova and all around the European Union. And obviously, it goes without saying that the whole continent and the whole European Union needs to invest more in renewables. In terms of transportation, we, of course, we're aiming to build a highway that will connect Iași with Chișinău. We will use this, and hopefully with EU funds that we will have access to. This is an absolutely critical element of our plans that will allow us to have more connectivity. Also, railways, we are planning to build an electrified railway line from Chișinău to Ungheni to Iași, which will connect our railway network with the EU one. Of course, public investment will be a key pillar for economic growth, thanks particularly to 1.9 billion euro EU growth plan, and I would like to express our gratitude to all the EU members and the European Union for helping us secure this financing. This program is poised to attract even more extra private investment of more than 3 billion euros in our economy in the next 3 years, which is around 15% of our GDP. Again, public and private investment will be key for our country to have more connectivity. At the same time, if you're coming back to regional interconnectivity, I would like again to stress out that it's important to have a collective effort at the EU level. There's a great example in form of SEPA, Single European Payment Area, We have recently joined SEPA, which will enable us to save on our businesses millions and millions of euros in a couple months. And this is a great example of how interconnectivity, a project of interconnectivity, helps all EU members and all the businesses to trade more and better with less costs. We do have an issue of overregulation. For example, I'm saying we, as if we are aspiring members of the EU, but obviously we are, but also we have to acknowledge, as future members of the EU, we have to acknowledge there are issues that we have to fix them. For example, there are 200 active regulators in digital networks across all member states. 270 regulatory institutions across all the European Union. And imagine how tough it is for, let's say, a software company to deal with all these institutions whenever it wants to expand. And I'm saying this, and we have to be open about our issues for us to be more competitive. I mean, the EU prides itself as, and we pride ourselves as a cradle of civilization and progress. But we have to work more to make sure that the EU will become more competitive in this fastly changing world with a lot of pressure and instability. And it's our job to do more in terms of interconnectivity in all the areas, in transport and electricity and services and goods, in order to make sure that our people will have the prosperity that they deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now that was a little bit change. So some remarks also, I would say I have to give them to you, because I had to say this before introduce you. But now I will say something before giving the floor to the co-rapporteurs. Let me highlight that regional interconnectivity is a core pillar of economic security and geopolitical resilience, shaping how economies function and respond to crises. In today's volatile context, it determines our ability to withstand shocks, secure supply chains, and reduce vulnerabilities, as highlighted by disruptions following Russia's war against Ukraine. I would add that it looks like we live in a permanent crisis now since a long time ago. The response is to diversify energy, transport, and digital networks while strengthening resilient EU-aligned systems through investments and regulatory convergence. Countries like Ukraine, Moldova, and Armenia play a key role, and connectivity must remain inclusive, delivering tangible benefits to citizens and strengthening trust in the European project. So, as I already mentioned, unfortunately, the co-rapporteur on the European Parliament side, Mr. Liudas Mažylis, cannot be with us today. So I therefore pass the floor to the co-rapporteur for the Eastern Partnership component, Ms. Tatevik Gasparian, Armenia, who will present the working document. So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, honorable co-chairs, distinguished guests. It's a great pleasure for me to present this report at the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly as co-rapporteur. So, the strategic importance of deepening relations between the South Caucasus and the European Union goes far beyond individual national agendas. It is about shaping a more resilient, predictable, and interconnected region. We have all seen how quickly energy systems can be affected by external threats and global developments. That is why strengthening resilience, diversifying energy sources, and moving forward with the green transition are not simply policy choices. They are just necessities. Hence, taking into account the last developments in the context of peace in the South Caucasus, I believe that Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan have a lot to offer. The peace treaty signed on the 8th of August in Washington between Armenia and Azerbaijan creates new space for cooperation and gives real hope for a more stable and connected region. In this context, the TRIP, that stands for the Trump route for international peace and prosperity, may become not only an additional platform for Armenia-Azerbaijani economic cooperation, but also a transit route from east to west, connecting Central Asia to Europe. By working more closely with the European Union, our region has a realistic potential to become a meaningful bridge for international actors, opening new opportunities for connectivity, trade, energy cooperation, and economic diversification. For Armenia, this is closely linked to our vision of becoming a transit hub and a true crossroads of peace. And this is not just a concept. We have already seen encouraging and promising developments, and we can already point to practical examples. For instance, the transit of food-grade wheat from Kazakhstan to Armenia through the territory of Azerbaijan, and several fuel shipments sent by Azerbaijan by rail via Georgia show that cooperation is already a reality and that it can deliver tangible, practical results. What I'm referring to today was quite honestly unimaginable 3 years ago, even 2 years ago, and still difficult to imagine just a year ago. But fortunately, with great satisfaction, I would like to state that peace already is a fact, a reality in the South Caucasus with visible, tangible results and with all the positive opportunities that stem from it. In the same spirit, the opening of the Armenia-Turkey border could truly change the dynamics of the entire region, creating new opportunities for economic integration and connectivity. Dear colleagues, what this report clearly shows is that we also need trust, clear rules, and closer alignment with the European Union. Legal approximation may sound technical, but in reality it is about creating a predictable environment where cooperation can grow and more opportunities can follow. And last but not least, the green transition, including hydrogen and renewable energy, is not only about climate. It is about building stronger, more independent and more secure economies for our people. I truly believe that our region has the potential not just to adapt to change, but to shape it and to become a transportation and cooperation hub. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Wolfgang Schlager, Connectivity Coordinator at DG Ernest. I see that you are already connected. Floor is yours. We cannot hear yet you. No voice. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Well, dear honorable parliamentarians, dear chair and dear rapporteurs, well, one rapporteur who's there, thank you for having invited me today on behalf of DG Enlargement and the Eastern Neighborhood for this important discussion on this draft report on connectivity. We have read this draft report with great interest in DG Ernest, and I can confirm that it covers most of the important points around connectivity, which we are currently looking at for the Eastern Neighborhood and linked to the development of a connectivity agenda. We see the Eastern Partnership as a flexible and inclusive framework, one that allows us to address shared priorities while respecting each country's specific circumstances. It is clear that one of the shared priorities, as you mentioned in the report, is connectivity. And connectivity featured already high also on the agenda during the 12th ordinary session of the Euronest Parlamentary Assembly in Yerevan last October. But let me briefly remind you also about some other milestones which happened in the last 12 months. Building on the success of the Eastern Partnership, the EU adopted the strategic approach to the Black Sea in May last year. And this strategy included a pillar, which is the connectivity agenda. So The connectivity agenda aims of connecting Europe with Central Asia via the Black Sea, Turkey, and the South Caucasus, and it is one of the key policies which currently DG Ernest is pushing forward together with the partner countries. The objective is to modernize infrastructure coupled with soft connectivity in the fields of trade, transport, energy, and digital, and to fully unlock the economic potential of the Trans-Caspian corridor, while also contributing to long-term regional stability, peace, and reconciliation. This was also confirmed by the ministerial meeting on cross-regional security and connectivity, bringing together EU member states and partners from the Eastern Partnership countries, Southern Caucasus, and Central Asia. All countries demonstrated strong interest in the cross-regional connectivity agenda. And this was also confirmed afterwards at another key milestone, which was the Investors and Connectivity Forum in Tashkent in November. So we can say by now that there is a political buy-in and strong dynamic from all the partner countries, and we are now currently working on rolling out our coordinated connectivity efforts. This is, in our view, linked on the one hand to the geopolitical opportunities and challenges, as the draft report very well underlines, and as already also the co-rapporteur and the Member of Parliament from Moldova has underlined. Don't have to mention the challenges in the north with Russia and on the south now with Iran. But specifically, I would like to underline indeed the positive developments, which also the co-rapporteur has underlined, due to the recent progress in the normalization of relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and thereby ultimately also with the relations to Turkey. Currently, we are now working on two main work streams in order to advance on the connectivity agenda. One is, which became clear during all the events which I mentioned earlier, that there is a need for better coordination amongst the partners, and the EU is ready to step up its efforts and to facilitate such a coordination. To this extent, we are working on a coordination platform, and we will launch on the 23rd of June in Brussels the so-called Connectivity Agenda platform. And the second work stream is, of course, it's not just a policy which is important, but in the end of the day, it will be important to have concrete projects which will improve the infrastructure and also the situation and the life of the citizens. And to that extent, we are now talking with the partner countries and the international financing institutions, and I'm happy to see also the European Investment Bank is here. So to see what are really now bankable projects which we can finance in the short and the medium term. Also, in that context, I would like to underline, it's of course not just about hard infrastructure. We're also looking from our side at all the possibilities how to facilitate what we call a soft connectivity. So customs processes, trade facilitation, etc. So that is also a very important part of the connectivity agenda. So thank you very much for having me here. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and thank you again also for the co-rapporteurs for this good report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I pass the floor to Mr. Alberto Carli, head of the EIB representation to Moldova. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Chair, honorable members of the Euronest Assembly, colleagues, Excellencies. It's my pleasure to be here today to address you during this meeting here in Chisinau. For my short remarks, I will start by saying that EU enlargement is back on top of the agenda of the European Union project, and Enlargement, of course, has a political dimension, but equally importantly, enlargement, I would say, has an economic dimension attached to it. And the backbone of this economic dimension of enlargement is underpinned by connectivity, investment in infrastructure for connectivity. Without this, the economic integration between the European Union members and enlargement countries would be deemed to be imperfect. So investment in connectivity play a key role. Connectivity means, better connectivity means better chances to address bottleneck in supply chain, strengthening of trade relations. Ultimately is an important, obviously, precondition for faster economic growth. It ultimately improves the quality of life of citizens, and it has also a security element attached to it. As European Investment Bank, I definitely can state that we support connectivity initiatives in the region. First of all, we support the rehabilitation of trans-European transport corridors identified in the region. So roads for sure, but also rail section connectivity, and beside transport connectivity, as already been mentioned in other intervention, as also other dimension like energy connectivity, also digital connectivity as well. It's an important element. We finance this project by providing long-term concessional lending to support investment. And of course, we blend our intervention with support from the European Union, which take the form of investment grants blended into our project and technical assistance as well. We don't work alone, we work in partnership, of course, with member states and the European Union, partnership with other financiers, other IFIs, like, for example, EBRD colleagues. And if I look now more closely at the region, just to give a brief overview of what we do, I'm personally been privileged to be already in Moldova for several years, and looking specifically, for example, at what we do in Moldova. We have built so far a portfolio of 1.7 billion euro in terms of overall commitment, and out of this, around 75% is dedicated to strategic infrastructure in the country, and the lion's share of this strategic infrastructure commitment is, again, for connectivity initiatives. In fact, to date, on the top of my head, we have renovated more than 270 kilometers of road connection in Moldova. We've come so far, and we have ambitious plan to do more in the future, also in the context of what has been mentioned already, the EU Moldova Growth Plan, a key initiative where we look forward to play a key role for its implementation. We support as well rail connectivity through the Solidarity Lane initiatives, energy interconnectivity with the European Union, co-financing certain interconnectors, electricity interconnection as well, and looking briefly beyond the borders of Moldova. Of course, we are fully committed to Ukraine. Only last year, we committed 1.5 billion euro in a single year to support the resilience of the country, rehabilitate a number of key strategic infrastructure, and definitely including as well connectivity elements, connectivity infrastructure like road, rails, bridges, and railways as well. For the South Caucasus as well, the priorities are pretty much along the line I've mentioned. So trans-European transport corridors, Black Sea, Trans-Caspian corridors as well. We committed last year for a very lending for a very important corridor in Armenia, Sinion-Karajan corridor. We financed in the past as well border crossing points in Armenia to facilitate trade. We are active in energy interconnection in the region. We are looking at initiative as well for digital interconnectivity. So all in all, if I'm going now to conclude my short intervention, I think the key point that perhaps I would like to stress is that indeed connectivity has two elements attached to it, and the economic one is, I would say, complementary and equally relevant to the political one, and definitely they move together. Investment in connectivity are really investment in the future. At least this is the way I look at it. And they require economic, financial, and political support, but they bear fruit. They bear result, especially, obviously, in the medium long term. And last but not least, of course, I take the chance to reconfirm once more our strong commitment as a financial arm of the European Union to continue supporting the connectivity initiative into the region. Thank you very much, and that's conclude my intervention. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, really thank you, and thank you for your work here. It's so important for this country, and not only. So, dear colleagues, I don't see any hands raised. Okay, you have. Okay, our colleague from European Parliament from Cyprus.
Thank you, dear Chair. I heard very carefully what our colleague said, and I heard as well our colleague from European Parliament. We are right to talk about energy security and how important it is not only for Europe, but for every country, even more for the countries that is here today. However, my fellow MEP has mentioned many times how important partner Turkey is. The European Union cannot compromise on the principle and their values it holds. We are right to condemn Russia revisionist policy, but we cannot turn blind eye to Turkey provocation and obstruction of projects of common European interest, such as EastMed pipeline and Great Sea interconnector. We aren't talking about our interconnection via Iran. Tell me what is the difference between Turkey and Iran. You will say it, NATO. I will reply to everyone that Turkey, they will have occupied European land. Dear colleagues, we cannot have double standards. It is important to remember that the occupied Cypriot territories is European territories. So I request to have a specific reference about Cyprus on the text. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any more. Oh, Volodymyr Ariev, Ukraine.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We are talking about interconnectivity, and for Ukrainian reality now, it's really a very painful thing. We passed through the extremely difficult winter. All those who were on the meeting in Yerevan, previous meeting of Assembly, maybe you remember when I told that very difficult winter we expecting ahead. So all my bad expectations came true, unfortunately. And the matter, what I'm telling now, that it's we need all those countries who understand that the energy infrastructure of any target in the contemporary war under threat, that it's very important to build up the system that could work in autonomy. The big energy islands, or how it is better to say, are very easy to, they're really affected very much by the attacks of missiles and drones. What we had in Ukraine, it's within our energy infrastructure. 50% of Ukrainian energy infrastructure is nuclear energy. About 40% it's combined heating and power plants, and 10% of is about hydro energy and wind and solar stations. So 50% it's untouchable. Of course, they didn't attack nuclear power plant, but they attacked the interconnecting places that made all nuclear power plant working without producing electricity. And they broke probably now all our heating, the combined heating and power plants. So what we have to do now, that first of all, what Ukraine's strategy should be, we talked about that since 2023, but start to realize only now, that the small and medium-sized power plants should be in every city or every district, in every community. That are very difficult or expensive to use the missiles against it, and they are much better defended from air attack of drones. So that's what I would like to say, that probably we have, maybe somebody opposed me, but we have to think how to rebuild our system as an answer to all our possible challenges, security challenges, that bring Ukraine now to blackouts. And for instance, my family, we had during a long period 2 hours of electricity per day. And we were happy because in Kyiv city, in the left side, on the left bank of Dnieper River, there were blackout for weeks, and it was really disaster there. So that's why I think we have to build up new system, the energy interconnections that can defend our countries, our communities inside the country, local communities, from the blackouts. And Ukrainian experience of the last year must be a very good example of how to avoid it for the future, everywhere.
Thank you. Oliver Schenk from European Parliament.
Thank you, Chair. And let me start by thanking our rapporteurs and our guests that they mentioned this important topic of connectivity. Why is it so important? We talked a lot on security today. And of course, this is a very crucial point, especially in this region. But our citizens not only expect security, they also expect economic development. It's a basis for nearly everything. And economic is closely linked to all the questions on connectivity here. And we see many initiatives around the world, the most famous probably the New Silk Initiative by China, but we have to look on the connectivity on our continent. And this is a point rather we and our colleagues from the Parliament should have in mind when we now also discussing the new European budget, connecting European facility. This is very well invested money also here in the region to connect each other, to bring us together, and always to have in mind that it is really important for our economy because it creates wealth, development, and this is what the people expect from us. And therefore, I'm really happy that we're discussing it today. And I would like to encourage us to continue this and to bring this also on the agenda when we are coming back again in Brussels and really have a close look to this point. Thank you.
More than agree. So I think it's about to finish our debate from the audience, and now I am looking to the co-rapporteur. Would you like to say something?
Just a very short remark. I would like to thank all of you for the constructive discussion, for your ideas and comments, especially on highlighting customs processes and infrastructures as an important part of interconnectivity. And also I would like to thank Moldova and all the organizers for your hospitality and such a warm welcome. Thank you very much.
And I would like to thank co-rapporteurs and especially those from our secretariat. They made everything the best to have this debate on a very high level. And before concluding, I would like to remind you that the draft report will be presented at the next ECON committee meeting, which will take place, as we already know, in the second half of this year. And now I am very happy to announce that my responsibilities here are over, and I will pass the driving licenses to you.
Thank you very much, Rosa. Dear participants, dear friends, we are finalizing the debate in or the discussion in our working group by a very important topic. We have an exchange of views on strengthening economic and social resilience under the geopolitical pressure, basically the reality of the day, the implication of Iran war for the Eastern Partnership and for the European Union. I think it's noted by everyone, and it's not a news nor a newity for everyone that Iran crisis hit us hard on the costs of oil and all the connected costs in industry, in agriculture, in transport. We are everyone and each and every one of us in our countries probably expecting a wave of inflation caused by that. That of course will influence the economic growth. In Moldova, projected economic growth was cut in half by now, and it's not clear how long the crisis will last. And this more or less is valuable for or valid for every country, both in European Union and Eastern Partnership. In Eastern Partnership, considering the economic constraints that we already face, the limited fiscal space that we had, that's a double of a burden in many cases. For Ukraine, that's even bigger of a burden considering the war, considering that the focusing of international community from the supporting Ukraine to other conflicts and geopolitical crises in Iran, for example, and somewhere else. So it puts a big strain on us. And it's important to be discussed because from now on, this has to be factored in our policy decision-making, in the way how we take decisions, the way how we strategize. And we have a distinguished panel of experts addressing this issue. I'd like to present you Mr. Octavian Costaș, Associate Director and Senior Banker at EBRD Chișinău's office. Mr. Costaș, welcome and thank you for taking the time to be with us. Mr. Iulian Groza, Director of Institute for European Policies and Reforms. Mr. Groza, thank you for taking the time to be with us. And online we have Mr. Alan Riley, European Council for Professor Alan Riley, European Council for Foreign Relations. Dear colleagues from the Secretary, I just want to make sure that Mr. Professor is online and it's all good. He can hear us and he'll connect when he will have his intervention. Thank you for being with us. I'll go straight away to our distinguished panel and give the floor to Mr. Costaș. Mr. Costaș, you have the floor. EBRD is an important player in Moldova, in the region, and we are delighted to see your views on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to this event. Honorary audience, dear colleagues, good afternoon. I would like to start my intervention with the role of the bank in Moldova's energy transformation, because basically in all the discussions today, I think energy is basically one of the key words. Moldova remains a fragile economy shaped by geopolitical tensions and deep structural challenges, particularly in energy security. At the same time, post-election momentum and the realistic prospect of EU membership by 2030 create a one-in-a-generation opportunity. As Moldova's largest IFI, the EBRD is uniquely placed to convert this momentum into sustainable investment, reform, and confidence. Since 1992, the bank has invested 3 billion in Moldova, and notably 1.6 billion of that was mobilized during the last 4 years since the start of Russia's war on Ukraine, reflecting both urgency and long-term commitment. Energy has become a strategic backbone of our engagement because without secure energy, economic growth is impossible. For decades, Moldova was almost fully dependent on Russian gas and electricity produced from a single source in Transnistria. This exposed the country to political pressure, supply disruptions, and extreme price volatility, a risk brutally exposed in 2022. When Russian gas flows decreased in early 2022, the EBRD acted rapidly and decisively. We launched a 300 million emergency revolving gas purchase facility, and in 2025 the facility was renewed for 5 years with a 400 million envelope currently in place, ensuring long-term resilience. These measures kept supplies flowing, protected vulnerable consumers, and stabilized Moldova's energy system during unprecedented volatility. A cornerstone of Moldova's transformation has been full integration into the European energy system. Moldova synchronized its electricity grid with ENTSO-E, gaining access to European power markets and diversifying supply. We finance critical cross-border infrastructure with Romania, Ungheni-Chișinău gas pipeline, which is completed and working already, and we are working together with our colleagues from the EIB to implement the Belt-Suceava electricity interconnection, which is currently under implementation. Important thing is, in November 2025, Moldova completed transposition of the EU electricity integration package, enabling transparent, competitive, and short-term power markets. Energy diversification is not just about security, it is also about competitiveness and green growth. The bank supported the government through technical assistance to establish a robust renewables auction framework aligned with EU standards. In June 2025, Moldova completed its first large-scale renewable auction, awarding 105 megawatts in wind and 60 megawatts in solar energy. The second auction, launched in December 2025, is taking place right now, targeting 170 megawatts in wind and at least 44 megawatt-hour of battery storage. The bank stands ready to finance credible private investors delivering these projects, and supply diversification is matched by strong action on energy efficiency, where the bank is financing energy efficiency upgrades in public and municipal buildings, but also district heating rehabilitation in Chișinău and Belts. These investments reduce consumption, lower costs for households, and improve quality of life, while cutting emissions. Moldova today is a regional example of what targeted investment and reform can achieve, even under extreme external pressure. And with EBRD support, the country has strengthened energy security, accelerated the green transition, anchored itself firmly in European markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Costas. I will follow up with some question later on during the debate, but thank you very much for your intervention. We'll go on with Mr. Iulian Groza, Director of the Institute for European Policies and Reform. Dear Iulian, you have the floor.
Mr. Co-Chair, distinguished members of the European Parliament, distinguished members of the Parliaments of Euronest Assembly, thank you very much for this opportunity to address to you. Even though this part of a discussion is going towards the end of this meeting, I really hope we can also have a chance for an exchange. I'll try to ask for your attention for about 5 to 7 minutes to make some points, in particular on the aspects of societal resilience and how that is important. I think it will build on the discussion so far you had throughout the day and reports you have heard today. And hopefully I can go into more details on aspects you would be more interested me to go into those details. I'll just probably start with a simple message that Moldova indeed proves that democratic will backed by strengthened resilience can overweight geopolitical pressure. We have chosen the path to join the European Union for many years. It became a reality, in particular in the last few years. And the decision to advance on our accession process was made in difficult moment, in difficult times. We all acknowledge the fact that the full-scale aggression of Russia against Ukraine has changed a lot the way how EU policies are being implemented. It, of course, has impacted the security environment, but this also made possible to advance the accession process. And despite very complex hybrid pressure, global turbulences, to stay on this track remains a priority for Moldova, for Ukraine, alongside with other Western Balkan countries that have benefited from a resume of the accession process, which is very important. Georgia was also part of this process at the very beginning, unfortunately stagnated because of internal challenges, but people continue to look to Europe, and we hope Georgia will return. Armenia is sending clear signals of strengthening European partnership, and we as the think tanks try also to work with our peers across the region, including in Armenia. In fact, I'm planning to visit next week Yerevan to meet officials, civil society experts, to share our experience on the European integration process, in particular the experience and knowledge we have accumulated in the visa liberalization process. In my previous life, in my previous capacity, I worked for Moldovan government before 2015, and I was part of this process, and I was happy to hear that Armenia is advancing on the visa liberalization process, and we would like to help to share our experience and knowledge to our Armenian colleagues, both in civil society but also in the government, to make sure that this objective becomes a reality also for Armenian people. But societal resilience and in Moldova has a special meaning and understanding due to the extensive geopolitical pressure we had to experience. It does not mean just a title of a conference or a slogan. It is something that we had to work to understand every day, and we have still a lot of things to do to advance in improving and strengthening the resilience within our society, because we know that the target of geopolitical pressures, including by asymmetric interferences, is very much the vulnerabilities we face as countries in the first place. So the best strategy is to address those vulnerabilities in a way that the whole of society, the whole of the government is involved in making sure that the reforms and the changes and the actions taken by the country are united and focused to advance the defense, basically, against this pressure, and try to operate in this environment in a way that would keep, our track for development and for accession process high on the agenda. Again, talking about Moldova's experience in this context, we have seen that it had targeted, I mentioned vulnerabilities, and Mr. Kostas mentioned something relevant in terms of energy, but we all know that due to the pressure, due to the challenges, due to the crises we had to fast-track reforms which have been long delayed for many years. Even I remember discussions about synchronous connection of Moldovan and Ukrainian energy systems, electricity system with the EU, and how far was that objective possible. But under the pressure, under the crisis, under the impact of the Russian aggression, the response to that was to unite efforts and to advance actions which would help to build up our resilience and security of our country, which today paid back, because with In the last 3 years, we managed to address a lot of vulnerabilities, not only in the electricity sector, but also in the gas sector. Today, Moldova is not dependent on one source of supply from Russia. Moldova has diversified its routes. It's increased the security supply in terms of gas. We still need to do a lot of things in terms of electricity. The projects are there. They are supported by our partners, by the European Union. We have to do much more in this regard. So my point on this was that addressing this vulnerability, which was long overdue in terms of something which has to be done for many years, and we have seen and heard many explanations why it's not feasible to build up interconnector with Romania for supplying alternative gas. Now we understand that project was very important, and now we understand that solidarity at the level of the European Union, including in addressing all these challenges, works, because exactly with this we managed to cut dependencies and increase diversification and connect us to the European energy framework. There are many other vulnerabilities in terms of our society. We still see divisions that have been exploited and are continue to be exploited. 2 years and a half ago, we had the constitutional referendum, which was a big test for us. It was a big challenge for us. It was a target of unprecedented hybrid interference. But the response of Moldovan society, both in the country and outside, was very clear. That Moldova has its future connected to Europe. Moldova is anchoring itself into the European Union. I think that is very important. But that process also exposed other vulnerabilities of the fact that the European integration process needs to be fully or continuously explained to the public, so that it has less chances to be exploited with false narratives and so on and so forth. So we have to work more. I think we have a lot of topics that we have seen, and unfortunately also initiatives from politicians, including in Moldova, to try to project or to exploit these divisions. Our call across the political spectrum in country and outside is very much to work on things which unite, the things which help to build our resilience as a country, as a society, because that makes us stronger in face of various crises, and that makes us more credible, also in cooperation with other partners. And now, after the last parliament elections we had last year, I think Moldova managed to prove that with limited resources, but with inclusive efforts on the national level, with the international support to build this shield against hybrid interference, we may create premises for protecting and defending our democracy. But we need to do much more, because we still have vulnerabilities in terms of the status of the autonomy in Gagauzia. We still have to address issues linked to the reintegration process. But at the end of the day, what I realized that as long as this reform agenda is very much connected to our national interests, to our sovereign choices, and very much building on the response of the people in our constitution, focusing on it, trying to build coalitions across the political angle. This time in the parliament we have much better representation of the people. We have more diverse representation of political parties. I looked at the results of the parliamentary elections in September, and my count was that about 70% of political actors that have been voted, they have been having a pro-European agenda, pro-European messages. Not all of them managed to enter the parliament, but even those who entered the parliament, I think, even though declaratively, some of them, they would provide opportunities for inclusive political debate, constructive political debate, in the Parliament with a clear pro-European majority, with clear pro-European opposition, which would really build on the moment and push the reform agenda in the country and advance our accession process to the EU. So I think this topic can be a topic and is a topic that has a great potential for cohesive messages and strengthening our internal resilience, combined with inclusive agenda across the country and addressing the divisions and divisive narratives that would make us stronger internally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll follow up with Professor Alan Riley. Dear Professor, you have the floor. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, now we can hear you. Now
Okay, that's excellent. That's excellent. Well, thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be in Moldova, at least electronically, and delighted to address all the honourable members and officials and people at the at this audience. What I'm going to do is, I think, perhaps the most useful thing I may be able to do is to just give you a kind of overview of the impact, the energy impact of the Iran war, and then look at how both the EU is dealing with it and how the Eastern Partnership nations can impact upon it. I mean, a lot of this is, some of this is clear, perhaps from the media, some of it unclear. But essentially, we've got ourselves in a situation at the moment with the straits essentially blocked, where about 15% of our oil, global oil supply, around 15 million barrels a day, is not available. And we have about 25% of the seaborne liquid natural gas export trade also affected. And we have sub-markets which are affected: jet fuel, helium, and fertilizer. And what I would say about this is that some of this is not as terrible as the headlines suggest. The major area where it is not as bad is essentially in the LNG, the liquid natural gas seaborne trade. And the reason for this, whilst it is true that Qatar provides an enormous amount of LNG globally, there is also vast amounts of new liquid natural gas coming on stream. So, for example, the United States alone, between now and 2030, is providing between 120 to 140 billion cubic meters of additional gas. Now, to give you some sense of that, that 140 billion cubic meters is what Gazprom was providing in pipeline gas to the whole of the European Union up until 2021. So this is a vast amount of gas. And even this month, we have Golden Pass, which is an LNG terminal in the United States, providing the equivalent of what we've lost from Qatar. So the gas issue is not as great as it first appears. That is, I think, the first thing. And in fact, obviously, there is a worry in the United States. We're being more dependent on the United States. Well, in fact, there's also a lot more gas coming available from Indonesia, from Mexico and Canada, and from other states as well. So it's not as great a deal. And you can see the consequence of that in the TTF, the European Natural Gas Hub Exchange, where prices have actually significantly fallen back closer to pre-February the 28th levels. So that is something which is really more positive than it appears from the headlines. The oil, of course, is much more difficult, and we do have issues there. But let me just go into a little on the sub-markets. So the major sub-markets here are jet fuel, helium, and fertilizer. The one which is most problematic is probably jet fuel. And this is because there are 3 refineries in the Gulf states which have been hit. We do not know how hard, but they're providing about 1/3 of global jet fuel. And that is why we have a particular problem with jet fuel. Now, even if the Straits of Hormuz blockade is lifted, depending on the nature of that damage, and that is unclear, we could have a problem which will go on beyond the end of this particular crisis. Now, it is possible to take other refineries and bring them up to work and produce jet fuel, but this all takes time and it adds to the time available. And of course, until it's clear what has happened, the extent to which these refineries can be put back in place, we have an issue. The other area is helium. And the problem with helium is that when the Qatari LNG liquefaction terminal was hit, it doesn't just take out the natural gas, it takes out the helium. Helium is produced in part via a gas processing operation. So we have a second difficulty there. And again, this may be possible to be fixed. You can use other LNG facilities around the world, but you have to start organizing doing that. And there's both a cost and a time issue with that. And the other area is fertilizer. About a third of fertilizer exports come via the Gulf. And that is another issue, which of course, it's not just the fertilizer itself, which is short. It has a massive knock-on effect on global food prices. So we have both with oil, a significant impact on transport prices. And we have an impact then, secondly, first of all, for farmers, and then indirectly for food prices. The actual natural gas issue is perhaps of less of a problem of itself. So that is some of the sense of where we are with this at this stage. I should say there is one other point to make. There's a real distinction here between blockade and destruction. So to the extent there's only a blockade, we will be looking at a 2 to 4 month, depending on whether it's oil and gas, to be able to bring most of the supply back online. If there is destruction, it's another matter. And so far, there has been less destruction than we would have thought. And this may well be because, in essence, there's a degree of mutually assured destruction. It's important to remember that roughly Iran exports oil and different types of oil-like products about 3 million barrels a day. So it has an incentive not to have those attacked. And equally, of course, the Saudis and the Gulf states have also an incentive to not have the actual infrastructure attacked. So as long as that largely remains the case, the scale of the damage will be linked to this 2 to 4 month time period after the end of the blockade. If there's heavy damage to refineries and terminals, it becomes a different matter. The nature of the crisis becomes a much greater crisis, which we'd have to deal with. So that takes me very briefly to what on earth the European Union and the candidate member states can do. So some of this is fairly obvious. You want to do more renewables. We want more alternative LNG. We need to do some domestic natural gas. We need to look at nuclear. We need to look at electric vehicles. But some of this is also now about speed, because we clearly have an immediate consequence of supply, which creates European interests which have to be directly addressed now. And so one of the issues is certainly in relation to what you can do speedily. And I think there is part of it is about renewables and what can be rolled out relatively quickly. Can we do demand suppression in relation to energy efficiency? I mean, there may be specific things we can do. Let me give you an example of things which could be rapidly rolled out. One of the problems with renewables, of course, is the access to cheap battery systems. There are new batteries coming on stream, prototypes, things which exist. Various European companies are producing them. It would be possible to force forward the investment in those areas and begin to get those batteries rolled out. So, for example, in Southern Europe, if you were able to roll out a lot of cheap, safe batteries, you could maximize the impact of solar domestically and for small enterprises, significantly reducing pressure on the grid. This is something that we should certainly be looking at as a relatively speedy option to be able to enhance our energy security. Clearly, as I mentioned, there is about ensuring there's enough alternative LNG available, but there is. The next thing is domestic gas, and to look at domestic gas opportunities. We should be able to do that. And then I think more broadly is issues to do with taking a strategic approach. One of them is to look at nuclear. I think the idea that in a more medium to long term approach to create some sort of European Mesmer plan. Mesmer was a great French Prime Minister of the 1970s who set up the plan which resulted in about 47 nuclear power stations being rolled out over 20 years. And a European Mesmer plan to reinforce European supply security is something that we should look at. And then I think electric vehicles. One way to reduce our need for oil is to go electric. But the issue there is not falling into another form of dependency where we're depending on China for all our electric vehicles. Now already Volkswagen is the second largest producer of electric vehicles. We should look at European companies and try and support them to roll out as much electric vehicle capacity as quickly as possible. So that then takes me to about the role of the Eastern Partnership in all of this. The Eastern Partnership can have a very significant role. And let me give you a few examples. Let me take Ukraine. So Ukraine, and the Ukrainians don't make too much of this, but they should make a lot more of it. Ukraine already has the equivalent of 30% of total European gas storage capacity. It could be increased to 50%. Now, that is something which is immensely valuable for European supply security, and we should be seeking to make more use of that. Another is in relation to nuclear. Ukraine has the second largest nuclear industry and nuclear power plant base in Europe. If you're going to have a European Mesmer plan, you're going to have Ukraine at the center of that. And a third is in relation to additional gas supply. If we look at what Azerbaijan could do, producing from its own resources, or indeed working with Turkmenistan, you can see how both Azerbaijan and Georgia become a significant part of the additional gas supply route into the European Union. And let me finish by making a Moldovan point. And my Moldovan point is this. Moldova has a role in Europe's supply security. And the role is this, as the innovator, as the resilient actor. And the fact that it is sufficiently small that it can take steps to do things at speed, which is often difficult for other states to do. So let me give you an example. I talked earlier about batteries and how you could have roll out a lot of these cheap new batteries coming on stream. Moldova has already put in place about 700 megawatts of solar power. It will be possible to match that with batteries and create a European battery experiment program to bring these batteries on at speed and make a real difference. Get it working, and then having demonstrated the resilience and effectiveness of that program to roll it out across the European Union. So I think there are things that all of the central energy security elements that all of the candidate member states can provide, and we should be working with them to integrate them fully into Europe's energy security. At that point, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for your insights and input. Colleagues, now we open the floor for comments and input from your side if there is any. If I may raise several questions to our speakers as a food for thought that you maybe to elaborate on. Mr. Kostas, EBRD was an important player in energy transition, an important player in our logistical network, considering former participation in Giurgiulești port. It financed a number of initiatives across the country, both in development but also in private sector somehow. The question is, in considering the building the economic resilience, what sectors EBRD are looking right now at and thinking that these are the sectors to be looked at and to be explored in Moldova? Because what EBRD is looking at, I believe many foreign investors are looking at and are following EBRD lead on that. So if you can elaborate in the context of economic resilience, what do you believe in Moldova is with a great potential right now and how that's changing over the years? Mr. Groza, considering the European integration, I would like you to elaborate a bit on what in the vast areas of reforms that we should undertake under the process of negotiation of the chapters and of the integration, what do you think is the primary priority or should be the primary priorities in the context of building the resilience and where we should focus our efforts in today's uncertain world, because we need to prioritize. And Professor Riley, my question to you is there a need, do you believe there is a need to restructure the way how we do energy in Moldova and in the region? Meaning that is there a possibility for us to associate as buyers, to associate as storage consumers, or in to associate between Eastern Partnership countries and European Union as producers of renewables? How do you see that transition? I know you mentioned, I'm glad you mentioned nuclear. There is an important discussion now on modular nuclear reactors. How do you see the developments in that area? I'd be pleased if you can comment on that. We'll start with Mr. Costas.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the answer is pretty simple. That the two key sectors that the bank is working on and will be working for a number of, for some time still, is energy and infrastructure. In energy, we are focusing on not only on energy security, but on energy resilience and independence in many ways. Independence from different sources of supplies, independence from different type of energy sources, etc. And the second is infrastructure. And in that, there is also a connection with energy. Infrastructure interconnection, basically, with the neighboring countries and with the EU are key. And that's about electricity interconnections, that's about gas interconnection, that's about transport interconnection, meaning both road and rail. But there is another interesting sector, subsector of that is logistics. Moldova needs to develop the logistics because that's basically the future for the transport sector as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair, our accession process is very much built around the fundamentals, first and foremost. Our accession process will depend on the level of convergence, economic convergence, and integration of Moldova with the European Union. And our accession process is very much linked to overall security environment and the capacity of Moldova and Moldovan institutions and Moldovan society to respond to internal vulnerabilities and external threats in a way to ensure that even though being a small country on the front line of geopolitical confrontation, Moldova can resist as an island that preserves democracy, rule of law, and inclusivity. So this being said, I think it's very clear that advancing the reforms in the justice sector, rule of law, they're very crucial because they're very much cross-cutting, looking at the way how the accession process works. Administrative reform, public administration reform is also very important because it is about the capacity of the country to bear obligations, to ensure implementation of the acquis and functioning within EU, within the European Union. This also means that Moldova, as a young democracy, also needs to look into the way how the administration works, not only at the central level where we need to absorb funds, we need to ensure integrity, we need to ensure efficiency in implementing reforms, but also projects. We also need to address the fragmentation not only that he's being exploited at the level of society, but also the fragmentation at the level of administration. Moldova counts today 898 municipalities. For a country of today roughly 2.5 million of citizens, compared with many Baltic states or Western Balkan countries, this number of municipalities is not something which would help the country to work efficiently, to provide qualitative services, to provide business opportunities and development for the country. And the reform of the administration, territorial administrative reform, is a long overdue reform process that has been delayed for years by various governments. Today, this reform is something which is connected also to our accession process, just as the justice reform it is. And I think that provides more encouragement for political parties, in particular for the governing political party, because they have to bear the responsibility of this reform, because it's not a popular reform, but also a responsibility to be inclusive with across actors, civil society, mayors, political parties. This is a reform that can be done only in an inclusive manner to ensure its functionality. So this will remain as another reform. Economic convergence, crucial for Moldova's accession to the European Union. Today, looking at our GDP, it counts around 16% of the EU average GDP. Countries like Bulgaria, 16. Countries like Bulgaria or Romania, before they joined the European Union, or countries in Baltic states, the level of convergence was comparable. But the good news is that Moldova is not starting from scratch. We already for over 10 years are part of the association agreement with the European Union, with the DCFTA, which helps us to build on the integration processes with the European Union and connect gradually to the European Union, which was not the case for countries coming from the enlargement in the first waves, in the recent waves, or even for the Western Balkan countries that have to negotiate those aspects. We are implementing them for already 10 years, which helped us to integrate faster in SEPA, to integrate faster in transport community, in energy community, in the roaming at home framework, not being being candidate country only for a few years. So economic convergence is important. We have to make sure to absorb funds. We don't have enough funds, probably because accession process means a lot of transformation, a lot of infrastructure development, a lot of investments, a lot of projects to improve the quality of life and services across sectors. We have a replacement for structural funds for now, pre-accession funds for now, which is the growth plan. I think it provides a lot of opportunities. It will be a test for us how and how much funds we will be benefiting further. So we need to make sure that this growth plan is fully used to make sure to ensure economic convergency, the reform agenda, and infrastructure development in the country to help Moldova to be ready to join the European Union by the time we have set for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Riley, on energy association and the way we do energy security and energy alternatives. If you have any comments, thank you. Mr. Riley, Mr. Professor is here, or can someone from the Secretariat? Yes.
Here we go. I think I'm here now. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, so I'm where I would start would be actually the issue to do with integration of the Eastern Partnership nations with the European Union. With this energy crisis, it's an opportunity to reinforce integration. And there are really very good reasons to do this. the issue which we all face is being able to most efficiently use all the energy supplies we have. And the nations, or the candidate nations and the enlargement, the Eastern Partnership nations, have a role to play where they can add a tremendous amount of value and supply security to the European Union, and vice versa. So as a result of which, given this energy crisis, there is a really strong and compelling reason to reinforce the integration process to reduce the supply security risks that we all face. Now, on the issues to do with nuclear, I would make two real points there. First of all, the small modular reactor issue is problematic, and it's problematic for a number of reasons. First of all, in no OECD country is there a regulated, approved, and fully functioning small modular reactor. And there are several reasons for that. The first is that there are a lot of different types of models. There are, as I understand, at least 25 different types of models. Some of these are in different stages of regulatory approval. None have been fully approved. You have the second problem, you have a regulation. If you're going to produce small modular reactors, you need to have a commonly agreed regulation across lots of states. Because, of course, the idea with SMRs is to produce lots of them and then sell them across more than one state. That's only going to be possible if you create a common regulation. And that has not yet happened. Europe is in a very good position to do this, but we haven't done that yet. The other issue is that you need a source of demand. You need somebody to put down and say, we are going to build 50 of them, and that provides the basis to do this. But they can't do this because they need the regulatory structure. And the other problem is supply chains. In order to do this at scale, you need to build a supply chain. So there's a whole series of interlocking elements which is why small modular reactors have not yet got to where they should be. By contrast, your bog standard normal nuclear power plant is probably where we're going to go first. And the solution to that is to do what Messemer did in the 1970s, which is to choose one design and build to that design exactly across several states or even the whole European Union. And that is the way to reduce costs, increase speed, and to be able to build up the supply chains. You start off with building 3 or 4, you move in the next stage to 10 to 12, and then you expand from there. And again, you try and use the design which has already been well known and is easy to replicate. In the 1970s, they used a Westinghouse 1 gigawatt model, and they worked from that for every single French nuclear power station of the Messemer plan. And that is probably the way we would start to move at speed. So there are, I think SMRs will eventually get there, but there are a series of different problems, kind of chicken and egg problems that have to be dealt with and before we get to the point where we can have that nuclear opportunity with us. Right, I shall stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Colleagues, if there are any other comments or remarks on that? If not, I would like to thank our speakers and our guests for their input. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. It will go for the consideration also for the reports that we are preparing. Thank you everyone for a great deal of work done today. We have a lot of things to prepare for the upcoming plenary in Brussels in November, hopefully. And up until then, I hope this meeting today and yesterday in Chisinau provided enough of a background and enough of a backbone for us to do our works in the committees in the upcoming months. And also, I hope you've enjoyed Chisinau. Yes, I hope so. Now, as a closing remarks, we will not have the element of the closing remarks, but I just want to say one thing until we end this event. when I personally think about Euronest, I think about Eastern neighborhood and European neighborhood in general. And I remember that article of the Ring of Friends. Now, in time, that Ring of Friends faced a number of challenges, and EU was always present. We've learned in time to help each other. And in time, of course, each and every one of us in the EU neighborhood developed a very different pace and a very different relations towards the EU. Some of us expect swift and fast integration like Moldova and Ukraine. Some of us take thorough steps in getting closer with the EU, now with the visa liberalization plan, hopefully for Armenia. Some of the countries in Eastern neighborhood are facing democratical challenges and democratical backslides at some point. So the pace and the topics are different, but the presence of the EU is overarching in terms of bringing everyone together for some very concrete things to be delivered for the citizens. So regardless of the pace and regardless of the ambitions of each and every in our country, I believe the idea that EU should take care of its ring of friends stays valid, and thus Euronest and European neighborhood will remain valid. And probably it's an important discussion to start here within Euronest on how we see the neighborhood, what we call the neighborhood of European Union, and how we, the countries who aspire to get closer to the European Union, can contribute to EU's ring of friends in a wider region and in a wider sense of the word. And thus to make Euronest viable, active, and inclusive platform for many other actors that relate to the European Union in different ways. That is my final remark that I wanted to make. Thank you everyone for your contribution. Thank you very much, especially to the colleagues from the Secretariat that contributed and that worked hard to make this event happen. We will be always happy to host you in Moldova on another occasion and looking forward to keep in touch with you. If there are any other colleagues, guests, participants who want to take a final word, you are very much encouraged to do so. We'll give a word to Danielle and Maria as a co-chair. You have the final closing remark.
I just want to thank you for your hospitality. It's been a great day and a half for us. And I look forward to building on this new friendship in my case, because it's the first time in Moldova, and I look forward to be here in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Maria, please.
Thank you so much, Adrian. I will start where Daniel left off. It was a great pleasure to see old friends, to meet new friends. I want to thank our Moldovan hosts. Let's give them a round of applause for the hospitality that they have provided us. I remember in October in Yerevan, I made a comment saying that this was the most vibrant discussion I had ever witnessed in international fora and parliamentary assemblies. Now in Chișinău, I think we are about to build a tradition, because this was indeed very vibrant, very diverse discussion that we had today, and I absolutely agree with you, Adrian, that for the coming months we have really created enough input for our reports to come through and set us up for a brilliant fall plenary in Brussels. So thank you very much, and see you all around. Thank you.
More than agree. And thank you very much, Moldovan friends, others. We have this time European Parliament pillar and also 3 member states from Eastern Partnership countries. 2 of them have official candidate status, despite the still fighting in the very brutal battlefield like Ukraine, Moldova also. And today we have very good news from European Union. 90 billion euros will be already agreed among ambassadors, and I hope that formalities will be successful in the nearest future. It's very hopeful messages. So we are delivering, all of us. And also I am very happy that we have Armenian delegation here. All the best to your country. Next election will be very important. I would not say that it will be referendum on the future of Armenia, but nevertheless it looks like important decision will be done for your people will done by your people. So good luck everybody, and I think you have to know that you have many friends in European Parliament, in different political groups. More people are coming here, more friends you will get. And as Lithuanian, I have to say that the road, the path towards European Union is not easy, was not easy, but today we Lithuanians are proud that we are members of European Union, and really it was so helpful for the people everywhere, in countryside, in the cities, and our country became very different than it was before. And thank you for those who joined us from the institutions, EU institutions, other institutions. Despite everything we hear from those disinformation channels, European Union today remains the flagman of democracy, of goodwill of the people, and the future of the continent is European Union. So good luck and thank you again.
It was a pleasure to chair the meeting alongside you, Rasa. So thank you very much.
Like me.
Colleagues, Ivan, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to join this brilliant discussion and to say thank you, Adrian, and all Moldovan friends about brilliant hospitality as usual here in Chisinau. I am happy to be here with our delegation from Ukraine, and I would like to say thank you to our European colleagues from European Parliament for your support every time we feel it, and this is very important and very symbolic that today we are here in Chisinau on our Parliamentary Assembly of Euronest, our committees, and finally Hungary cancelled blocking support from European Union to Ukraine and adopted 20th package of sanctions against Russia. This is very important, and that have to unite us. And of course, I want to say to Maria from Armenia and to our friends from Armenia, wish all the best during your campaign and during your next elections. We cross our fingers in future of Armenia and future of all of us in European Union. So thank you very much, and God bless our assembly. Thank you.